Morning, everyone. Welcome everyone to Council meeting CO26/11. Welcome everyone here. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I shall start with our karakia. Whakatau, mai te wairua, whakawātea, mai te hinanaro, whakarite, mai te tinana, kia ea ai ngā mahi. Ai. I have an apology from Deputy Mayor Murray Benn. She may be able to zoom in, but may not. So can I have a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Ray, Councillor Daly. All in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. No late items, or was that tabled?
We have tabled items, but not late.
Okay, we have tabled items, so just note that. Does anyone have declaration of interest, please? Councillor Beach.
Yes, I declare conflict of interest. 10/4, page 133, in regard to the adoption policy of setting out rent for community organisations using council land and buildings. I hold the current position of president of one of the local Coast Guard units, and we at present have 3 parcels of land that we lease.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else?
Similar to Councillor Beach, I'm on the committee at the Te Puna Rugby Sports and Recreation Club. It's not a pecuniary interest. It's so I've already made mention of that, and I don't think any comments I'll have to say will be any different to any expressions with respect to the wider community.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay. So there are no items to transfer from public excluded. I'm not aware of anyone for public forum. So we move on to minute confirmation, and so minutes of the council meeting of the 23rd of April. Now there's a correction on this one. So need a mover and seconder that the minutes are correct with the following amendment on page 11. That Tourism Bay of Plenty was funded roughly in an 80 ratio, 85% Tauranga City Council, 15% Western Bay of Plenty District Council. This ratio was initially used for the Place Brand project. However, 3:1 ratio is now proposed, given the greater level of engagement required for the Western Bay area on this project. The previous draft minutes had said it was 3:1 for everything going forward, which is not correct. So can I have a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Dinsdale, Councillor Ray, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we'll move on to page 21, minutes of the District Plan and Regulatory Hearings Committee, minutes meeting on the 26th of March. Can I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Councillor Daly, would you like to move those? Councillor Sol, seconds. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Chief Executive Employment Subcommittee meeting held on the 21st of April. I'm happy to move those. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Beach. Jean Ben, I'll do Councillor Beach. I'll do Councillor because you weren't there. Councillor Elvin, would you like to second that? All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So now we move on to page 30 and the Tourism Bay of Plenty six-month report to December 25 and a statement of intent for the next few years. So, Jodie.
Kia ora me tēnā and elected members. I'll just welcome up Oscar and Richard to speak to the 6-monthly report and the statement of intent.
Morena tātou again. Great to be here and thank you for the opportunity to present the 6-month report and the statement of intent going forward. And also I've been told we're on a strict 10-minute time frame, so I'll make sure that my clock again goes on there, but I'll turn my phone off this time. So there we go, we're on 10 minutes. So without any further ado, I'm just going to hand over to Richard to get us through a few of the first slides, and then I will talk to the back end of the presentation. Kia ora.
Start with our key KPIs, how we're tracking there. So you see there we have 10 KPIs, all of them on track except for that economic well-being. But keep in mind that particular KPI is for the whole of our 2 council areas. I do have some good news in the next slide for Western Bay, so I will flick through to that. So I mentioned overall it was down, but for Western Bay, it's really encouraging here. Both domestic was up 1.7% and international was up significantly at 33.6%. Keep in mind that international is from a low base. But as you can see, it's really encouraging for that domestic market to be up given the difficult economic conditions that New Zealanders are facing at the moment. In terms of cruise, again, you'll have heard in the past that some of the challenges that the cruise sector is having. We fared pretty well. This is the economic report that is done independently by the Cruise Line Association. So there is a lag, you'll see that lag there. So this is comparing 24-25 to 23-24. Total economic output was down 9.1%. And the employment figures was down 14.7. But to put that into context, in terms of the wider national scale, it's almost double that. So our region is doing particularly well here. I just wanted to touch on a few specific Western Bay events. So the Waihi Beach Summer Fair, I know Hayden met with some of you yesterday. He was actually the MC for this event, which was great. Page views on our website was just shy of 1,800 there. Really popular event. The second event here is the Katikati Avocado Festival. We also carry out a competition within our website as well. We sent it out to our database of over 8,500. And we also received some additional sign-ups from that as well. You may have heard me talk about this before, but really our focus at the moment is really trying to dial up business events. And the reason for that is really to try and help with that seasonality factor so that we can get more people in shoulder season and off-peak season. And we believe we genuinely have a point of difference with that. So we're really dialing up the amount of bids that we're putting through, trying to get more conferencing and business events. Flavors of Plenty. Oscar will talk to this a bit more later on, but I just wanted to give some highlights here about just how well Flavors of Plenty has been going. So especially for the Western Bay, so there were 24 businesses involved here. Over 40 plus articles mention Western Bay. 3 specific Western Bay businesses supplied for the Plates of Plenty Challenge, and it was also featured in the Kia Ora magazine. Pass on to Oscar now.
Cool. So Richard got all the pictures, I get all the words. And just on Flavors of Plenty, we don't have time today, but we have literally just got a report from the wrap up of this year. So that'll go to Bex in the first instance, and then hopefully you'll get to see that. But the metrics of Flavors, we're in our 6th year, and we're actually the best year ever in terms of the numbers, the growth, revenue generated back to operators and growers and so forth. So we're probably at that interesting point where with most events, you don't want to keep growing it. You want to just plateau it out now and just look at the quality rather than keep pushing the quantity, and make sure that we're also attracting international interest in that event as well, particularly out of Australia, which will be covered off in that report. Anyway, just very quickly, outside of the things that Richard mentioned, the other activity programs that we're underway with or have been over the course of the first half of the year and continue as our BAU, as our eyesight operations. We continue to produce the maps and visitor guides and the cycle trails. That does take the team a while because we are chasing up both councils on how they're going with whether trails are being upgraded or signage being changed, all those sorts of things, because we're really conscious about making sure that the information is as accurate as possible. And then we'll go to print. We don't really like printing stuff. A lot of people don't like print anymore. You get called bad things if you print too much, but cyclists like having maps. They like having them in their pockets, and they like being able to have them at retail stores, but and particularly the retail stores across our region that sell bikes love having the mats because it's a reason why you would have the bikes. So that's working really well. Our online platforms are going very well, and I'll talk about Tourism New Zealand partnerships a bit later on, and definitely with our transition from what Richard used to run in terms of the green room, that transition now has shifted onto an online platform. So we are the region that has achieved more regenerative training of our industry than anyone else in the country, and then now adopted that program. They've got it online. So that's the Tourism Industry Association. And we've negotiated that many of our operators that went through that program have free access ongoing to that program, whereas everyone else is paying for that privilege. And as you're aware, the Place brand is taking a lot of our time and focus, which is exciting. Right, just to give you a heads up of who's who in our governance team and group. So Russ Brown, our chair, apologises, can't be here today. His term was extended until June next year, and that will see him out. And then behind him is our deputy chair, Janine. So she's been extended as per, and pretty much sort of learning the ropes there. Andrea Webster is our tangata whenua representative. She comes off in June 30, and currently there is a paper in front of, or will come to both councils in terms of just ratifying the decision that the interviewees have made on that. So I don't know any more about that. Peter Blakeway, who might be known to many of you, and his wife Anne Blakeway picked up and shifted over to Melbourne about a year and a bit ago. So Pete's now expired, his time's now come to an end with us. And we've actually pushed a case not to immediately replace Pete in terms of trying to make sure that we're also keeping an eye on costs and things like that. We've actually got a really good skill set around the board. So we're just sort of retaining that spare for the time being. And Megan Fleming and Brian Staunton have been appointed, and they're massive talents in their own right. Michelle Redwood is our what do we call that position? Intern board appointee that the council's run a program on. So she's with us for the year and concludes on the 4th of December. Our financial position, we're net favourable at 92,000 at the moment. I suppose our income in terms of seeing out the year, we're pretty much going to land right on where we need to be in the next month. It's very tight. Don't need to tell you that. We have also had a year where transition 2 o'clock today, unlike a 2 o'clock 3 years ago or the years before. The government is likely, very clearly likely, not to come out or announce any more programs in and around enabling sort of tourism development or destination management programs or infrastructure things and such that tourism can plug into. So that's retrenched our budgets quite a bit in terms of a lot of our destination management plans and programs. But essentially, we're got a very diligent board that's on top of us to make sure that our ratios are all correct, and we're very tight to what we need to be doing, despite a bit of a sinking lid in terms of fiscal funding increases. So our expectation that we've put in both the statement of intent and going forward is, whilst we've got some minor funding increases, we haven't got anything substantial. And the biggest ones that we are putting to you, as you're well aware, is the project you've asked us to manage on behalf of yourselves and TCC, which is the brand project. So that's the only major change. This specifically is in direct sort of response to, I think you reviewed with Jody and some of the executive, the SOI as it was in terms of Tourism Bay of Plenty's delivery for you, and you had some very clear feedback about wanting to see a little bit more of robustness and focus on Western Bay. So specifically, these things have been imbued into the statement of intent, which you will consider to approve. One was just reinforcing the fact that the horticultural provenance story innovation for this region is key to us as a region, and we're going to keep that one going. The Flavours of Plenty platform's doing really well, and I don't have time to talk about it, but Tourism New Zealand over the next 5 years has got one very specific focus, and that's around food and cuisine. And we're making sure that we are right there. So you would have heard about them, got about $6 million for Michelin star funding. Fantastic. That's probably about, 2 restaurants, one in Queenstown, one in Auckland. Underneath that will be a regional food proposition. And because of all the effort that we've already invested in Flavours of Plenty and establishing ourselves as a foodie region, we're going to be right there. So that's a really cool partnership. Just want to acknowledge a while ago, we also got these 2 reports done in terms of that tourism venture development, both in Waihi Beach and Maketu. Some of those things we've achieved, some of them we haven't, and we'll keep scoping those out, and they identify gaps and opportunities. Some things are gaps for a reason. Even though there might be an opportunity, you have to bring the community with you. So we're working in and around those things to deliver. There was also a mention around our involvement with Te Arawa Ki Tai, rather than just Tauranga Moana, Mana Whenua and Hapu. So definitely there's a focus there that we're doing with New Zealand Māori tourism as well, in terms of Māori business whānau and community engagement. Tech Park, cycleways and waterfalls, that's constantly on our focus. We know that the Tech Park sort of review has happened. We've made some significant sort of suggestions in there. We're also underway with supporting cycleways both in Kaimai and Waihi Beach, particularly with advice we are procuring to some of those working groups to assist them in some mana whenua negotiation in space. And the waterfalls, as you're aware, with Omanua Falls and some others that we're working to tell stories around. There was another mention with feedback was given to us about Western Bay resident tourism sentiment possibly not being included or as easily to identify. The reason why is about maybe 12 to 18 months ago, that particular sentiment question was actually dropped by Western Bay. So what we did about 12 months ago is we've actually reinstated our own surveys to pick up resident sentiment in terms of their feelings towards tourism. Western Bay sitting at around 71%. That sample size is about 300. We do it twice a year. So Richard can talk to more of that if you want to know more about that. Also, the same thing sort of happened with TCC as well. So you go out with your sentiment surveys a couple of times a year. I think there's a pressure probably from elected members to say, hey, we don't need to ask so many questions. Can we ask a little bit less? And sometimes certain entities get cut off. So we just filled that gap and made sure that we're still asking people. Probably the other one there is, final one is really around our engagement, and particularly in the boroughs with the community boards in terms of Te Puke Eastern, Waihi Beach, Maketu, and Omokoroa Kaimai. So part of our commitment going forward from 1 July is we've got the dates of when those meetings are right here in my little hand. So we'll try to align when we are in region and working with those community groups to the nights that you have those community board meetings, and so that we can sort of directly update you on what's going on there, because I'm conscious sometimes we only get so much time here and we miss that nuance. So I'm already going on too long. That's it. Sorry. So kia ora everyone, and happy to take questions.
Councillor Joyce and then Councillor Coxon.
So just on the horticultural provenance, are you working in with Sue and team at Te Puke Kiwi Fruit Capital of the World Heritage Hub? Please.
Are we? Absolutely. Yeah. So there was an event that was held there. We've got, I think definitely we understand the nuance that it's very important that new venture succeeds, and it's got massive potential. What I did, I keep forgetting the lady's name, Sue. What I can, in my earlier discussions with Sue, very clearly the first way that business will succeed or that venture will succeed is they need to get into LEOTC or OSCAR, that's what they're called, learning outside the classroom programs with schools. Education will be the first step for that business to succeed, because it needs to be fed right through the year. And then what we can do is obviously work with Mark and Graham and everyone else to look at how we can get more tours hubbing in and around and out of there. And then the other thing is also with our horticultural provenance story, we really want to make sure that we can probably do some things that plug into that experience a little bit more throughout the year. So we definitely know it's an important aspect to work on.
The other one I was going to ask about is cruising. So we had another cruise incident around the world recently. Again, people are saying, what is the future of cruising?
Yeah.
The numbers, as you set up there, were a year old, and that was our bad year
Yeah.
for various New Zealand political reasons that we know about.
Yeah.
So how's it looking, do you think, now?
We've probably got one more year where there's that dip. So basically, when governments or whoever, shake the tree and make boardrooms with these cruise lines, either based in Florida or New York, nervous, and they look around the world and they say, oh, New Zealand's all the way over there, but the government doesn't really want us, then that takes a long time to sort of cease that messaging. But also, as the deputy chair of the cruise board, we've been working really hard with this current government to turn that messaging around to the point that about a month ago, we had the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality, Louise Upston, up at Seatrade, Miami Seatrade, alongside all the ports. We had 2 representatives from the Tauranga port. I was supposed to be there, but fiscally, it's probably not a good thing to turn up to something for a day and then come back. So our messaging has been very clear, and I think the other thing too is Auckland, the Port of Auckland, have made a significant investment into a cruise terminal. And they're also looking at different ways of, in terms of fueling and so forth. There's some, so to answer your question, this coming season is probably the last of the dip, but in respect to what Richard was saying, and I've said this before, even though the country's gone through a dip, our dip has been a lot less. And we're very lucky. The nature of the vessels we're getting less cruise ship visits, but we're getting the bigger cruise ships with more people. So I'm very confident, the port's very confident that cruise is definitely in the future of the region. And if anything, we're going to ramp that up. Yeah.
Councillor Coxhead.
Oh, this is more around TCC really. So in terms of conference venues around the country, I mean, Tākina hasn't actually proved to be very profitable, but I've often thought that a decent sort of medium-sized conference venue centre in town here would make a huge difference to the restaurants, bars and retail in the area, and bring some profitability into town. Is there anything planned in the future that you know of?
Yes, there is. I can't talk to specifics, but as you'd be aware, Te Manuataki o Te Papa is, a big investment that TCC's made. At the top there, the old TV3 building, and you've got Durham's part 1 and 2. If you take that whole block, then, and I've just come away from a week at Trends with some pretty robust conversations with potential hotel developers and investors. There is a significant opportunity to have a decent size conferencing facility. If you imagine both blocks, you join them up and you have the total floor space, so you're making the most of your space, and then essentially on top you would then build the hotel and the concierge and all that sort of thing. But you would have car parks and everything else. So there's massive conversation there. You are right. Now with the emergence of NZICC in Auckland and Te Pai in Christchurch, you've probably got some tiers now, and it's probably the middle tiers that are suffering. So those 2 top tiers, particularly NZICC, which is a phenomenal building in Auckland. You've got the top tier taken care of with Christchurch and Auckland. Wellington, I'd say even Hamilton and Rotorua are probably struggling in that middle ground, and where the opportunity is probably getting to that 1,000 pax capacity, which we could probably provide, because you're either playing massively in association business, which is huge, or you're playing in more corporate business down here, and so that's where our strength is. And as per one of the slides, we're leaning into what our strength is. So our strength isn't that we have those big facilities, and even our catchphrase is out of the boardroom and into the blue. So we're playing on, you come here for a different type of conferencing experience and so forth. So to answer your question, there's another one that I can't talk about at the moment because they haven't come out yet, but there's another building at the moment that will have some decent conferencing capacity. And talking with Alistair from the university, they absolutely want it as well. They want more conferencing facility in town. That is in the mix. Yeah. So
the one we're talking about on the TV3 building, that would be privately funded, no funding from council.
I can't comment on their behalf. They might consider some options or things like that. But the people that I spoke to in Auckland last week, it was the gambit. It was whether it was a own to lease and different investors, or whether it was a partnership. I was talking to Accor, so they partner quite significantly with the likes of Waikato Tainui over in Hamilton, and obviously the universities here, so there could be some links. I think the best thing is that the options are all on the table. If I was TCC, as you would also, you would probably want a developer to come in and, you know, solve as much of it as possible without any ratepayers. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for the team? No? So, Chase, thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Richard and Jodie. There are 5 recommendations in front of us, basically to receive the reports and note that it's already been presented to Tauranga City Council. So do I have a move and second for those? Councillor Dinsdale, Councillor Sol. Any further debates? In which case I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So moving on to page 75 and the draft animals excluding dogs bylaw for consultation.
Morena tātou. In front of you, you have a paper for the requesting to take the draft animals excluding dogs bylaw out for consultation. For context and background, we undertook a review of the bylaw back in the beginning of last year. We made some editorial changes to the bylaw and adopted those changes by resolution. To complete the review process, we are now required to take the bylaw out for public consultation to confirm continuation. Consultation is proposed for 3 weeks from the 10th of June to the 2nd of July. And just one minor amendment to the report. I had referred to a 1-month consultation period, but it is in fact 3 weeks. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions on this one? Quite a procedural one, I think. So, Councillor Elvin.
Just as a general comment, really, and it applies to all of our bylaws. Do we put section 155 first, or do we put it second? It seems to me, reading through the bylaws, there's a lot of rubbish in there that we don't actually bother to enforce. I don't think that they're even relevant. And I question how much council time is put into the stuff when section 155 provides us the option to say, do we even need these bylaws? And my point over as a general commentary is to say, if we're not enforcing them, and in many cases, and I'll give you some examples, not in the all animals except dogs one, you know, they don't even really make a lot of sense. I doubt that they're enforceable. So how much time do we spend on this stuff for which we do not actually genuinely prosecute, except when we do, it's generally weaponized on a complaints basis? You know, I just think we need to be looking at what is the value of having this bylaw at all as our starting point. It's just something I'd like consideration given.
Emily, before Emily speaks, I would just note that in a sense we've got the bylaw all ready to go and we're not proposing any meaningful changes. So in a sense, we're not spending a lot of time on it. But I'll hand over to Emily, who perhaps explain the broader questions you raise in more detail.
Thank you, Mayor James. I think the key point with this one particularly is that we did complete a review in the last triennium, as Dana outlined, and that did take place in terms of taking on that section 155 consideration at that point in time. The direction that we had through the workshop was to proceed with consulting on these bylaws. If you wanted to take a more fundamental review of them, that's I guess a different consideration to take. But you're correct in that we do have bylaws that don't have infringement abilities because of the regulations under the Local Government Act were never produced. So they do have a role, and Dougal and Alison might be better to speak to that in terms of how they're used around managing behaviour in the community. That's not really my space, but I guess just to answer that first part, hopefully, of your question.
If I may.
Dougal, please.
I appreciate what you're saying, councillor, with the no teeth aspects. However, the majority of our community are pretty law abiding. And if there's a rule which basically says you're not meant to do something, the majority of people kind of stick to that rule. If we didn't have that rule, then we might have problems. So just by and large, by the, my team just saying, look, you're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. It could be roosters, it could be all sorts, pigs. By and large, a lot of people abide by that anyway. So it's, in my opinion, it's better to have a bylaw than not.
To that, Dougal, I actually fundamentally disagree with that. I don't need to be told by a bylaw that I need to be considerate of my neighbour. So, let's take issue on that, but it's for another day. Accept that.
Thank you. So if no further questions, there are 5 recommendations in front of us. May I have as mover and seconder for those? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Ray. Any speakers? Councillor Joyce.
I hear what Graham's saying, but having lived next door to a rooster that wake up at 3 o'clock every morning for a little while, sometimes you need a rule book. You can't just rely on tort law. In hiring a lawyer, it gets very expensive. So, having stuff on the books that it covers for those 3 a.m. roosters, well, you can pop next door and take care of it yourself, I guess, but that would also raise an issue of tort, I would imagine. So, sometimes you just need these things for those 1% that don't find the right path by themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Wise words. Any other speakers? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Carried. So moving on to page 103, and this is the draft public places bylaw for consultation. And Dana, this is you again, I guess.
It's exactly the same commentary in relation to the public places bylaw. A review was undertaken at the beginning of last year, and in order to, we adopted some editorial changes. In order to conclude the review process, we are asking to take the document out for public consultation to confirm continuation, the same time period between the 10th of June and the 2nd of July.
Okay, any questions for this one? Councillor Alvin?
This one, as opposed to animals, was almost Monty Python-esque in some of it. And the first comment is this the bylaw that deals with dear old ladies that don't mow their grass verges? Or is that another one? So that's my first question. The second question is, I want to draw your attention to, I don't know who reviews this, but I want to draw attention to 9.2, for example. I mean, if we're going to draft something, let's have it make some sense, please. 9.2 requires as a priority. I think if I just get it up here, it's in one of my 4,000 pages. If we're going to do this, let's do it properly. 9. Oh, yes. The owner or occupier of every building must mark the building with such numbers, blah, blah, blah. Every number not being less than such must be placed on the building. Or if no such position is available, it must be placed on a post. Now, we know most people put their road numbers on the post, but the bylaw demands that they put it on the house unless it's not possible. So, there's a number of those. I want to look at our advertising policy a lot more clearly. I think I get back to this issue. If we're going to do something, we say what we do and we do what we say. And it seems to me we have this approach of saying, oh, here's another bylaw, let's just ram it through. It might look stupid, but let's get on with it. So once again, same issues as I've talked about before. And I just there's a matter, the Crown Law have a policy, and that policy says a law should be capable of being generally followed and enforced. If it is routinely disregarded, this counts against it as being a good rule of law. Do we actually frame what we do up against that just basic principle? Once again, I know it's not a question, it's a statement, but it's actually a request as well.
I think, I mean, you're picking a particular example there that's, not been previously raised. But I think everyone agree that it's generally helpful to mark your buildings to help emergency services and others find your place, and actually others along the street as well. If the other person didn't have a house number, it'd actually be quite difficult to find where you're going. Are we prosecuting people for not putting numbers on? No. But again, I think as Dougal has said, we can point to a rule if there's a problem and say, look, you need to do it.
Point of order. What I was saying is not that the houses shouldn't be numbered. What it says is the house has to be numbered unless it's not practical to be. And then you can put it on a gate. So if we go around everywhere, most houses are practically able to have the nice number on them, but they don't. So all I'm saying is let's get our language right, because most people, I'm in breach. My number is on my letterbox. The rule demands that it's on my house. There is no reason why it cannot be on my house because my house is visible, but the rule says it must be there. And I'm just saying, let's get our stuff right. And there's lots of others too. I don't want to go through them.
Well, we're going up for public consultation. So if you want to,
I will.
raise that as an issue,
I will.
Okay. Councillor Coxon.
Look, I realise this is what we're proposing for the annual rental is a modest increase on already modest base, but just cognizant of the submissions we received from Te Puke Men's Shed and I gather other men's sheds.
So you,
Sorry? Oh. I'll save it for the next one.
okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this one? Councillor Daly.
Look, while I've got the opportunity and since Graham Elvin's given an example, just the containers for litter 1.8, would this, I think of an example where the Te Puke Community Board put in a new rubbish bin between the high school and McDonald's in Te Puke. And based on this bylaw, would it be reasonable to have asked for a contribution from McDonald's for that? Because that is what it's generally full of.
I can't comment on the specific example and what conversations did happen at the time, but there is a conversation that could be had in reliance of the bylaw.
I'm glad Graham has actually pointed out number 9 because it made me look at number 8. So.
Okay, I hope councillors are not reading this for the first time, but anyway, so look, there's 5 recommendations there. Do I have a mover and seconder for those? And bear in mind, this is to go out for consultation. So further issues can be raised during that process. Do I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Councillor Ray, Councillor Elvin. I assume no one's going to speak on this one. So I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, it's carried. So we move on to page 133, and this is around the deliberations and recommend adoption of policy for setting rent for community organisations using council land and buildings. Just rolls off the tongue. Okay. I note that Councillor Beach has a conflict on this one, so if you'd like to just step back for a moment and refrain, that'd be awesome. In which case, I'll ask Dana to introduce this one.
Excellent. So the review of the policy for setting land rentals for community buildings on council land has been completed. As part of the review process, we undertook a pre-engagement at the beginning of last year, and we brought the feedback back through council seeking approval for public consultation. That process is now concluded. The paper outlines the 4 submissions received in relation to the public consultation process. You recall the proposals under the policy are to change the name. Still doesn't really roll off the tongue, but it is a slight improvement on what's actually happening, to remove the land rental amounts from the policy and include them in council's schedule of fees and charges, and to provide greater visibility on the considerations which council will take into will factor in considering whether a commercial activity would be enabled or supported on council land. There is a typo in this paper as well. Apologies, in clause 17. I refer to the current rental rate and not the new rental rate for land of 15 cents per square metre. I'm happy to take any questions. Peter is also online, should there be any specific questions on any particular properties.
Thank you, Jenna. I think it's the same typo, but I think the whole paragraph didn't make sense to me. So if you look on page 138, the lower right-hand box at the top, if that makes sense, it is acknowledged that doubling the current rate is a major change. I'm not sure we're doubling the current rate. And it then says, however, given that there's been no change since 2017 and the public at large do not have access to this community asset, the resulting rate of 10 cents, well, that's not correct either, is not considered significant. So I think that whole paragraph is not particularly correct. And if we're going to use that in a decision story or anything, I think that needs to be looked at. Okay. But other than that, are there any questions? Councillor Cox, there we are.
It's my turn. Okay, so just, yes, not a significant increase, I would suggest, but just interested in the Croquet Club. And I realise it doesn't kick until 2029, but how much what dollar amount will that increase their annual lease?
So the Croquet Club current arrangement confirms that there will be no change in their lease for the when this policy kicks in. As with all of the leases, it will be incumbent on the tenant and council to reach agreement on the appropriate terms. Where there are no specific reasons for reducing or having a set or fixed amount of rent, the policy will be relied on, or the amount and the fees and charges. So I can't comment what negotiations are going to happen in 2029. Apologies.
So in respect of so they've all got different lease renewal dates, correct? Yeah. So because I see these places like the Men's Shed and that they provide such a great community service, and like good mental health options for men, to be honest, just to get away from their wives, and like yeah, and I just wonder if we really do need to, for the sake of the small amount we'd actually gain from it. To be honest, I'm not necessarily in favour of increasing them even. That's my thoughts.
So the amount, the quantum will be considered in your discussions on the schedule of fees and charges, but your points are noted.
I think this gives us a mechanism to increase it when appropriate, rather than leaving it to a change of policy or a big process, which is important.
You're saying by moving and seconding and passing this today, let's say, passing this today, we are not going to increase them necessarily.
That's for a later item.
Yeah.
So this is about changing the way we do it. The amount is a later item. Personally, I don't think leaving it for 9 years and trying to catch up is a great way of doing it. Yeah. Councillor Alvin.
I was, and I know it may be quite facetious, but I was looking at the exemptions under 3.4 and giving my particular conflict, but I was thinking about the Men's Shed, and it's possible, is it not, if we change the Men's Shed to the Men's Scouts, Guides and Veterans Club, they might not have to pay. And I do want to look at the exemptions and see if there is any real benefit for some of those things, and what all similar organisations really are. As Scouts, Guides and Veterans Clubs seems a bit old-fashioned these days, though I do understand Coast Guards and Surf Life-Saving Clubs.
So the exemptions were workshopped with council and no changes were proposed. So that is the basis on which we went out to consult.
I think can of worms springs to mind on that one. Okay, there's no more questions. There are 5 recommendations there, and this is to including to adopt the policy. So do I have a mover and seconder for this, please? Councillor Dinsdale, I'm happy to second. Any speakers? Councillor Joyce.
I mean, I agree that we need to have a better mechanism because it's been neglected. But I also agree with Councillor Cox said that for $6,000 and $100 million budget we've got, you know, when these groups are doing so well. So when it comes to fees and charges, I will not be supporting the increase. But I'm happy that this is a better mechanism for managing it going forward. And the mechanism we have is a bit like our speed limits and things that we wrap ourselves in red tape. So, you know, this removes a little bit of the red tape. It's helpful, but I don't think it's worth squeezing clubs and societies doing work in the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we're now moving to annual plan deliberations, and we're on page 154. We'll go through a few of these and then we'll break for morning tea a little way through, but we'll see how many we can get done in the meantime.
Morning, councillors. Matt Layton unfortunately has taken ill. And so today Raj has stepped in for Matt and will be leading us through the annual plan discussions. Just to frame the conversation today, we'll be trucking through the IOPs that you have previously seen, and we'll go through based off the direction that you've given us at workshop with updated IOPs where appropriate. The activity owners for the relevant IOPs will be joining myself and Jonathan and Raj to discuss those IOPs. You'll make decisions as we go through the day on each IOP. Jonathan will be keeping a running tab of those decisions and any financial implications of those decisions. And then we do need to apologize that there is one late item that's been tabled based off previous discussions that we've had at workshop that has been uploaded. Right, so that is either uploaded to Stella or will be in the next few minutes. Apologies that it's so late. We will deal with that paper right at the end of the annual plan section. I'll hand over to Raj, who will now take us through the annual plan.
Good morning and thank you for your time, elected members. I'll take the report as read, but would like to make a few comments through the chair. For the benefit of those who are watching, annual plan deliberations are a public meeting where elected members review community feedback, make decisions on the budget, work programs, and rates for the upcoming financial year. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our community for engaging with us during the consultation period. I'd like to acknowledge our executive team, staff who have worked under very challenging circumstances like the EOC activations, Head Start, field processes, illnesses, and everything in between to get us this far. And I'd also like to convey our sincere appreciation to elected members for your support and guidance towards developing the draft annual plan in what has been a difficult economic climate. And we open up the floor, I guess.
Thank you, Raj. I guess any general questions, but I'm always keen to move straight into the individual IOPs. But if there's no general questions, I'll ask that, or perhaps if we do recommendations 1 to 3, which is to receive the report, then it's medium significance and receive all the written and verbal feedback. Do I have a move and second for those, please? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Sol, all in favour, please say aye. It's carried. So we move to page 1056. I'll take the intervening pages as read, and we'll consider transport funding.
We'll call Keller McLean to join us at the table so we can go through this paper together. Councillors, the transport program funding IOP is an IOP that you've seen twice now. This is the third time. This is the substantive cost of the annual plan that went out and is related to vegetation management along road corridors primarily. It is an additional increase to existing budgets so that we can meet the levels of service that you have adopted for transportation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Joyce.
Yep. Under option 2, disadvantages, it says diversion of funds from current account will leave the transport activity with no reserves. The transport activity has reserves of how much?
The current reserves in the transportation account is $26 million.
So that's not strictly true, is it? Because I know where it's come from because we've discussed it. It's a presumption that the structure plan debt would all come out of the reserves, but that actually hasn't been decided by council, has it?
Correct, councillor.
Right. So first thing I'd ask for is a correction of that because it will not leave the transport activity with no reserves. There are other decisions to be dealt with over time. And as we discussed at the workshop, we need a fairly full accounting of both the structure plan deficits, the stuff we talked about, and the transport reserves, because I actually still have no idea what is the optimal level, excluding structural plan debt of, how much you need to keep in the can in your transport reserves. So we're debating this pretty much with.
Councillor Joyce, could you just point out exactly which bit you're?
It's page 1065. I never thought I'd say that, but yes, it's a page 1065. It's the disadvantages for option 2. There's the first one says diversion of funds from current account will leave the transport activity with no reserves, but that is incorrect.
Should we just insert potentially or something like that?
Well, it's not potentially, because the reserves are 25 million. We're talking about taking 2 or 3. There's a presumption in there that we would fund the structure plan debt from that, but we haven't actually even properly discussed that or agreed it.
Or perhaps you could take a moment to think of some alternative wording you'd like in there. We'll
reduce the reserves. Yeah.
Okay.
Could say made depending on other decisions made, because that's, I think, the point that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Well, I think staff got that feedback, and we can change that in the reasoning later. Were there any other questions on this one? No. Okay. So, do I have a mover and seconder for the recommended option, perhaps?
I'm going to move option 2, and I can speak to that if I have a seconder.
Okay. Before I accept that, I appreciate where you're coming from. I understand the paper that's just been uploaded provides some options around reserves and how we're working there. Would it be better for councillors to have a read of that paper before going through this bit, because they're kind of interrelated?
Yeah, that is fair, Mayor. We could take a break so that councillors could read that paper, and then we can head into these IOPs.
Okay, let's do that then. I'll be generous on time. So if we adjourn for morning tea and reading, and come back at 10:50, please. councillors. So just discussing with the chief executive, feel it might be better to deal with the tabled item that came through, which is a package of how to reduce the rates. And then we can come back to this particular transport program. And I think that might be a better order of doing it. So if we can handle it in that order, I think that would be useful.
Thank you, Worship. So just before we kick off, just to highlight and acknowledge that this has been tabled at late notice, but was at the direction to go and find some additional savings without compromising levels of service and service delivery. So just acknowledge the work that the team have done and appreciate that there has been some good ideas come through this. So if we could just work through that as the team present it, that'd be great.
Yeah. So thank you, Matt. And as reiterated at the beginning or before the tea break, councillors have now had a chance to have a thorough read of this. I hope everyone has taken that opportunity, and but we can certainly take our time on this, and Brad can explain exactly what's proposed.
Sure. So yes, councillors, this did take a significant amount of effort. I do want to acknowledge the work that Raj and Jonathan have put into this paper. It was very late last night when the paper in its fulsome form had finally been established. The paper in front of you that we are tabling sees a 2% decrease on rates based off what you've previously seen. So when we went out for consultation, we went out with a rates increase of, I think it was 9.13. And then that went up to 10.45 with growth included. So if you assume that after internal submissions and after the submissions that came through from consultation, we were sitting at a rates increase of 9.45 without growth, the paper that you have in front of you today drops that 9.45 down by 2%, which essentially is a 7.45% rate increase without growth included. The way that we've taken that, the way that we've established that has been based off the direction that you've given us. It has taken into consideration that your reserves that you have available, there were certain reserves that you were willing to look at, and there were certain reserves that you weren't willing to look at. So we've looked at the ones that you were willing to look at, and we've also taken into consideration some of the broader things that have not been included into this annual plan. So the things like a recovery response and how we deal with the storm events that was not included in the annual plan, the debt from transport structure plan, which was not included in the annual plan, and the fuel impacts, which were brought to you post consultation of the annual plan. Taking all of this into consideration, we feel that it's quite prudent for council to retain its transportation reserves, to retain its disaster contingency fund, because the full impacts of the transport structure plan and the recovery efforts aren't fully understood. We've always intended to deal with that in 2027, and we feel like retaining those reserves is important in order for you to have that flexibility to deal with those things when we bring it to you in the new financial year. The main areas that we're looking at finding these rates reductions is in waste, and we can talk through what that looks like, but essentially zeroing out the targeted rate for waste for 2027, that will reduce your rates impact by 0.8%. The other option is that we are indicating that the impact of rates on the fuel price increases, which is 1.3 mil, it's 1.2% of rates. We're indicating that you could loan fund that, but that decision does not need to be made today. You can make a in principle decision today, but that officers will bring you back a paper to make a formal decision in the new year should it become a material impact to us. So it's effectively hedging your bets and not rating ratepayers for something that hasn't yet materialized. but we wait until next year to see how material it is and whether we can absorb it into existing budgets or whether we need to come to you with a paper on that. We're happy to take any questions on this.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate the work that you and the team have done behind the scenes and some good rate reductions, which I hope councillors will appreciate when they talk to their communities. Quick question for me. So appreciate there's some more work around the council to consider the transport structure plan debt and how that intersects with the transport reserve. Would it be a possibility that when it comes time to look at how we fund a fuel, so instead of doing a fuel loan, we use some of the transportation reserve for that purpose?
What we can commit to, Mayor Denyer, is that we will prioritize the work around the structure plan debt so that we can bring you a paper associated with that as soon as possible. And we will prioritize it so that you get that before any material impacts to fuel occur. So we'll either bring you it in conjunction with any fuel impacts so that you can make a consolidated decision, or we'll bring you that before any fuel impacts become material through the course of the year.
Thank you, because it seems to me, and appreciate others might have different views or perhaps can express concerns or not, that the using loans to fund the spike in fuel doesn't seem like a great idea. But if we're going to dip into transportation reserves, then that might be an ideal use to do it. But we just haven't done that work yet. But it looks like we'll have that time to do the work. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. But anyway, I'll open up to other questions. So does anyone else have any questions on this topic? Councillor Joyce.
How did we end up with excluding the structure plan debt, $25 million in transport reserves? And what would be the ideal level, do you think? Bearing in mind, we need to obviously keep some reserves in there for things like fuel price variations. What's a prudent level at the end of all this to have the transport reserves at?
I'll answer the second question, and I might defer to the CE to answer the first question, if that's okay. So the second question, I think that an optimal amount that council should retain in its reserve for the transportation activity would be about 10%, which is, I think, what I've said previously. Speaking to Callum during the break, that looks at like somewhere between $4.5 to $5 million that you should probably keep in reserves, primarily to accommodate for things like a loss of NZTA subsidies or any big thing that happens during the course of the year that is unexpected and you need some funding to be able to respond to it. The CE has done work on the structure plan debt previously and is probably best placed to answer the first question.
Thanks, Brad. Through your worship, Councillor Joyce, the current account balance of the 26 million for transportation, don't have the answer for that at the moment. That'll be something I'll have to talk to the transportation team about, and certainly need to engage with the previous GM infrastructure in terms of where and how it got to that. I know there will be a specific reason why it is where it is. In relation to the structure plan debt, as you'll remember, there was a review I conducted on strategic property that identified a large amount of debt and cost that related to structure plan and transportation that was loaded into the structure plan, into the strategic property balances. So that's been resolved. The next step is that there will be some work undertaken this year to actually go through and analyse all of the structure plan debt so we actually know where it sits. The likelihood is there will be some that should sit with growth related costs, and there will be a large portion that does sit within the transportation costs, which then will bring you around the opportunity to directly offset that against the current balance, or to spread that over a longer term and loan fund it to spread that impact.
So am I right in thinking that the structure plan debt has not arisen in 1 year, it's arisen over a period of time?
That's correct. The structure plan debt would have arisen between 2014 and 2023.
So roughly the last decade or so. Okay. Bearing in mind it was sitting in strategic property, could there actually be property in there to sell left over from transport projects? I mean, is that also being looked at?
So that's tangential to this discussion, but certainly that's a process that Brad and I have discussed around come to council with actually a proper strategy around acquisitions and disposals of strategic assets that we have. So that will form part of that review as well.
Councillor Coxon.
I'm a little reluctant with the 1.3 million, the fuel increase costs and debt funding that. It's a little bit like putting an unexpected expense on your credit card, in my view. But I would require some convincing it was the right way to go. But I'd be interested to know, and you may not have the answer right now, but what are the steps we're taking to actually minimise the impact within council of the fuel cost increase?
So everything that we've done up until this point, and as councillors will be aware, the cost of materials and the cost of a whole bunch of activities have increased in the market. We have not felt the brunt of that yet. And the way that we have been managing that up until this point is through very careful consideration of the clauses within our contracts, our existing contracts, and managing our contracts in a very straight bat approach. So going back to the contractual terms, working with our engineers to contract and understanding what is a realistic variation to contract versus what is something that isn't appropriate, and being very careful about that and very careful in our approach. We've taken a lot of legal advice on that. And so we've taken a very conservative approach to contract management. That has so far worked for us. The implications could happen, and a lot of the 1.3 is crystal ball gazing. It's using a lot of forecasting that's come from lots of different sources, but there's nothing at this stage that we felt that's been material. But this is a preventative tactic, so it's something that we needed to alert council to that could happen and might happen as we move into the new financial year. I suspect that when the new indices for NZTA get published, that might have a flow-on impact through the sector, because it generally does. And if the NZTA indices, which are largely bitumen-based, have factored in a significant increase to cost escalation, then that will have a flow-on effect. So this is an approach to try and manage that.
So Councillor Cox said, just to add on to what Brad was saying, whilst we're using the term fuel price increases, that's not what we as a council incur just in fuel costs. It's what flows through from contracts. Yeah, it's just we're using that as a term. So also around the understand the reticence to kick the can down the road on the cost. The flip side of that is if it turns out next year that actually the costs are only $200,000. And with the work that we're going to do next year and other potential upswings, it may be that we can wear it within existing budgets and reserves. So it's a compromise to actually understand what the true cost is before we go and rate for it.
Yes, yeah, and I think it would help if our central government would look at the fuel tax and actually provide some assistance around the country for that too. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Elvin.
Just a couple of things. Hey, really helpful paper, guys. And thanks for bending your back on that. I found it really useful. The fuel thing, and I think I previously mentioned, I think carrying that on the overdraft is a reasonably good idea, which is the way I see it. And I reiterate my comments previously, a budget's just a budget. The delivery of the budget, I want to have some more clear oversight on, and I think if we've got a good razor gang in there, we'll make those things up. So I'm confident in our leadership being able to absorb those. What I did want to know is how, dumb question, how easy is it to go and get a bit of money from our bank? Because what I'm thinking about is to say, you know, we're in reasonably tough times at the moment, you know, and they're unprecedented really in terms of economic and in climatic. So we've kind of got cut our cloth to suit. So for me, I would be saying, okay, now's the time to reduce as much debt as we can, cover off as much cost as we can, because we are reasonably certain that if we need to go to the bank and get a bit more money, it's going to be easy to get. Now, our debt levels are quite conservative. So obviously we've got more than enough capacity to borrow. How easy is that to do? Because that's going to influence how I feel about dealing with reserves and that sort of thing. So that's my question there. Thanks.
Yep, happy to answer that, and Jonathan can chime in if he needs to. In terms of going and raising debt, it's as easy as Jonathan picking up the phone and me signing off on it. The caveat to that is if it's debt outside what we'd actually plan to raise, we would need to bring that to council to approve. But again, it's a formality. There would be no issue with the LGFA issuing additional debt for us.
Okay, so that's quite simple. So we can actually run a pretty lean, run a pretty lean machine in terms of our reserves and have that impact to keep our rates a bit lower, knowing there might be a risk later on that we have to go back and go cap in hand to borrow a few extra bob, but that's going to be easy enough to do. And so long as we factor some risk around that into our annual plan, it's probably okay.
Certainly as a 1 year view, yes. There are a couple of other things that we need to consider. There's the benchmarking requirements that we have to report on both at an annual plan level and annual report where we are required to run what's called a balanced budget. So your income must equal or slightly exceed your costs. You can choose to run an unbalanced budget, but it needs to be a conscious decision that that is what you're doing. And we need to provide rationale of why we're doing that.
Sorry to continue on, but it seems we have circumstances where we can easily justify that at the moment. It's not, we've not, there's enough on the table to say, hey, this is why we're doing this. And it's prudent for our ratepayer perhaps to take that risk.
The other note of caution on that is potentially around our credit rating. Standard & Poor's have recently visited us and highlighted that not just Western Bay, but as a sector, we have increasingly running greater and greater deficits, which does raise concerns for them. I think if we were able to craft a potential story about it, if it was a 1 year issue, wouldn't create such an issue. But if it's something that they saw as systemic, they would potentially see that as a negative.
Councillor Jolly.
I'm still just trying to understand the recommendation. So we're saying we're not going to use our transport reserves at this stage. We're simply not going to rate for the extra 1.3 million at this stage and think about it later. Is that correct?
So that is essentially it, Councillor Daly. Yep.
So we've still got the information that's been presented of the transport reserve and the structure plan debt, which I guess we're not now needing to deal with in this meeting. Yeah, but there are obviously, for people watching at home, they've got no idea really what we're talking about because they haven't seen this in their agenda. So I guess it's going to come back at a later date. But and I'm not sure, maybe it's not appropriate to ask questions about the reserves or the structure plan debt at this stage, but is that fair?
Councillor, it's a paper in front of you that will be publicly available. You can ask questions about it.
Yeah. I guess in terms of the transport reserves of 26 million. I did have a conversation with you three during the break, so I've got a bit of a heads up. But I was wondering how we came to, and it sort of follows on from Rodney's question, I suppose, and how we come to accumulate those sort of reserves, and one point that came out of it was that you can only use those reserves, that the reserves are ring fenced to the activity that they're accumulated within. So the transport reserves are ring fenced to transport activities. So theoretically, you could use it for the purpose that was maybe suggested, the 1.3 million in fuel increases and associated costs. But so I just want to clarify that, but I don't know, maybe it's not the right time to talk about this, but structure plan debt generally has come from projects to do with growth and are traditionally funded by FinCos and a certain ratepayer component. And I guess the reason we know about these is because of the work that the CEO did when he came back to council and uncovered some issues.
A question, we're working up to a question here, Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I guess maybe we need to wait for another day to talk about this, but it's all very interesting. And I guess the point I want to make is there's a suggestion that uncommitted community board reserves could be used for other purposes, but I just want to clarify that
No,
those reserves can only be used for community board purposes as they were collected.
Well, they're on the table, but we've chosen or given direction that we didn't want to go there. Jonathan?
Yeah, just to answer your question about the ring fencing, so yes, you are correct. Those reserves have been built up, for a better word, by targeted transport rates, and they must stay in that bucket of money. So yes, they have to be spent on that activity.
And I guess it goes back to, you know, every time you have a slowdown in the economy and developers go on a slowdown and we don't collect the FinCos that we expect to collect, that's why you end up with this deficit and why we've got that structured plan debt and the interest that's required to service those loans. And it's been a compounding debt build-up, which is why we've got to that point rather than sort of addressing it maybe on a more consistent or regular basis up to this point.
So you're correct, interest will be a part of that. When staff are committed to go away and do a reconciliation to fully understand what that balance is and dive deeper into those transactions.
I think it's worth clarifying at this point because it can be confusing. The structure plan, transportation reserve is a non-cash reserve. Okay, it's not just a massive pot of money sitting there. It's a non-cash reserve. Not all, but most.
And just if you can confirm that the statement is correct. So the transportation reserve accumulates from underspend or savings on transportation projects, but also operational costs. So if operational costs or operational budget is underspent in any particular year, then that gets put into the reserve, and underspend on projects also gets put into reserve unless it's a proposal comes forward to use it in another way in a similar purpose.
That's correct for the targeted rates funded capital projects and for the operational. So the surpluses would go in and out. And that's where if we're funding fuel costs as a one-off, it can certainly make sense to use the overdraft for a better word. But if that's a lift in those costs, then we obviously can't keep using the reserve again and again each year. So that would be a consideration for LTP and going forward.
Okay, I think I better move on to, do you want to come in, Ashley?
Sorry, I think just to really bring this paper into its most simplest format, there's two options that the team have been able to identify. One is defer or choose to deal with the fuel issue of 1.3 million at a later date and to reduce the solid waste rate in Eastern and Western. So that's a further saving of just over $800,000. So that's the two key elements of that. And then once we provide some decision on that, then we can come back to the other IOPs and we'll be able to show what the impact is as we work our way through.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
So I'm just, this is a very good paper, and like everybody else, I'm very appreciative of it. There's no recommendations on here, so we're not actually, how do we actually proceed with, say that?
There is, so if you look on the last page, there is a recommendation there. What I will just highlight up front is that I would propose to change the last bullet point in that recommendation.
Regarding what we talked about, yeah.
To say agreeing in principle to fund potential fuel-related impacts of $1.3 million, either by a loan or other reserves, such decision to be brought to councillors subsequently.
Okay, so sorry, it confused me because the format is different, but that's okay. I can manage. The other one was, and this is the part I'm really struggling with, you know, this is basically a $25 million question. You know, transport reserves versus structure plan debt versus how much we should be keeping in at the end of it versus fuel price fluctuations, which you'd presumably normally use a reserve for, right? That's what the reserve's for. And yeah, we're really much trying to take decisions on the fly, and that worries me because we've been prepared for weeks on the $65,000 fluoride tap question, and we've got a $25 million thing suddenly hit us, within the last couple of days, and we're all struggling, and me included, to understand the implications and everything and what's the right way to go. So my question is, and I tried to keep my question short and I failed, is how quickly can you do that work? Because that's a big impact on rates, on ratepayers, and I see there are risks on both sides, but the risks as I see it are risks that we might need to, as Graham says, borrow some money later on, or risks that we're charging ratepayers for money we don't actually need to charge them for because it turns out not to be as bad as we think.
Okay, so thank you, Rodney. Before I pass to Matt, I think I acknowledge your concern on that, and it's come quite late in the piece. However, I think what the recommendations allow for is we're not making a $25 million decision. It is actually that question will come later, and we can have a thorough discussion on that. What we're doing here is around the $1.3 million fuel issue and waste reserves, which are reasonably straightforward, at least to understand in concept.
It's all intertwined.
Yeah.
I mean, and my question is on the structure plan deck and the transport reserves, how quickly can that work be done?
So do you have a point of order? Okay, Matt, go on. If you just respond to Rodney.
So to add a couple of things in, the size of the structure plan debt has only increased a couple of million compared to where it was probably for the last 5 or 6 years. So I can't comment on why it was left at that level or how it got there. But in terms of timeline to go and review it, the biggest challenge, Councillor Joyce, is we actually don't have anyone here with that institutional knowledge to go through it. The only person close enough is myself. So I would need to probably engage Mr. Alice and some of the transportation team to actually go through and do that work. So I'm reluctant to commit to a timeframe now. What I'd like to think it's something that we could probably achieve in a 3 or 4 month period. Certainly at the moment, there isn't any spare resource that we can go and allocate to that with the ERP. But, it's something that Brad and I have discussed, and it's something that we're very clear that we need to deal with it and come back to you with it on.
I fully appreciate how the workload is at the moment.
Okay, we're going to Councillor Ray and then Councillor Dinsdale.
I just have a quick question for clarification and confirmation. It's slightly been answered, but I'll just ask it again for my own purposes. It's around the uncommitted various community board reserves of 2.8 million. So I'm just trying to understand the purpose of it even being in this document is just to show possibilities. Would that be correct? And that if we pass something today, it does not jeopardize those reserves in any way, please?
Yes, correct, councillor. So the original direction from councillors was that you wanted to understand all your reserves that were potentials. Through workshops, we brought that as a potential reserve to you. You provided direction that you weren't willing to cut that any further. It's brought in this paper just for completeness.
Thank you.
Councillor Dinsdale.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Brad, thank you for the report, Raj. It's a great report, but I just want to pick up on a comment made by Councillor Daly in regards to the community boards and that fund. I guess my question is, because of the way that Councillor Daly asked, is it solely for community boards, does that then exclude the agreement we have with Matakana and Mata?
That's a wholly separate issue, I think. Because that's not a reserve. That's the rate. That's a grant because of the targeted rate we take off them.
Yes, it's just to be clear there, Councillor Dinsdale, the Matakana payment is a grant and isn't part of the community board reserves.
Councillor Elvin.
So through you, Brad, you made a comment about what a realistic reserve would be. What was that again in terms of the number?
It's about based off our current expenditure, 4.5 to 5 mil, 10%.
Yes, so I think for me, I'd be wanting to certainly take our transport reserves down to that number rather than the 16.4 based on the comments I've made between our ability to borrow and the impact that might have on our rates overall. Yeah, so that's something that I'm just sort of maybe foreshadowing as a part of a discussion point.
Okay. So I think that's the end of the questions that I've seen. So we have the recommendations on page 5 of the tabled item. I'll let you read them out, but just to provide total. Please do.
Bearing in mind, we're reviewing the transport structure plan loans and the transport thing. The third bullet point of confirming repayments, that does seem to be preempting that review. So do we need that third one? So it was just very opposite to what you were about to say, so I thought I'd jump in. I mean, yeah, should we be doing that right now? Because we're actually still reviewing, right?
Councillors, can I just interject there? I've just realized that the paper that was uploaded into Stella is not the final version. That broadly the paper is correct, but that last line that you're looking at there where transport reserves is at 16.4 million shouldn't be 16.4 million. It should be at the full transport reserves.
Can I
25 million.
suggest, can we put it up on the screen just so everyone's really clear? That's possible.
And also my question remains, should we be putting in place a repayment plan when we haven't actually done a review? So we should take that one out. Yeah, okay.
Just the recommendation or all of them?
All right, so if we take out the bullet confirming repayments of the transport structure plan loans over a 3-year period, are the recommendations correct otherwise with the change that I've suggested?
Yes, the recommendations are all correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to read them out so that everyone is crystal clear what the recommendations are. Okay. So recommendation, adopt the following amendment into the substantive resolution. Actually, it's a whole new thing, isn't it? So that's wrong. So start again. That council approves the following changes to annual plan budgets to reduce the rates impact for annual plan 27 by 2% to be confirmed through council planning and rating models. Firstly, retaining the full disaster contingency fund reserves to cover the costs of storm remediation post annual plan 27 adoption.
Councillors and Your Worship, just through you, the updated report has already excluded all those bullet points that you want to exclude from this recommendation. So why don't we put up the updated recommendations for you to consider?
Go on then. Yep.
We can read it. You don't need to read it out loud.
Sir, just a point of order there. I'd quite like to have a look at this. Can we just adjourn to have a look? I'm not really prepared to do this on the fly.
Thank you, Councillor. Great suggestion. So let's just take 5 and Okay, so councillors, have you had a chance to read those amended recommendations? Councillor Daly, did you have a question?
It's sort of just a, in terms of bullet point 3 about the fuel related impacts of the 1.3 million, effectively, we know that the fuel prices have come down over the last few days. You know, the price have come down. It's looking quite promising on the Trump side and Iran. So we know we've had a certain amount of impact already, but this is really a belts and braces in case it does continue down this, you know.
This gives us a funding option should we need it.
Yeah, so we're not actually committing to this. We're just in a wait and see mode, really, aren't we? And this may actually result in no action required.
Yeah. Councillor Joyce, your question? Or?
Happy to move those recommendations or second them if you want to move them. I don't care.
Okay. So those recommendations have been moved by Councillor Joyce. Was there a seconder? Councillor Dinsdale. Any debate on this one? We had a fair bit of debate already, but Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the solid waste deferral. I think this is really great. You know, people will see this in their rates reserve and on their rates bill, I should say, I believe, of $87 in the Eastern, and I'm not sure what the Western solid waste rate is, but people often ask, what is the solid waste reserve? What does it pay for? So that is basically funding the recycling centres and the activities that council carries out to, you know, promote recycling. But even though we do get a subsidy from the government for educational purposes, so I think the fact that we've got these reserves and we haven't needed to fully fund is great that we can do this.
Great, thank you. Councillor Joyce.
You basically stole my thunder. I mean, people do ask, what is the solid waste rate for? Because they think, well, it is a separate recycling rate. I pay for rubbish tags. We do seem to have overrated for that a little bit recently, so it's good to bring it back into line while we work that through in the long-term plan. These are meaningful savings, and I think it's the balance risks. There are risks everywhere, as the CEO keeps telling us, and he's right. You know, there are risks in all fronts. I wouldn't plan an annual plan based on what Trump's saying today or yesterday or what he will say tomorrow, because it'll be different. But yeah, it's this is a prudent path forward, but I'm looking forward to still debating the IOPs.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. So yeah, again, thank you for bringing this paper and the savings that you've managed to bring to us. And I don't see other speakers, so I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Dinsdale. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried.
So councillors, firstly, thank you for your patience working through this one. I know it's not the way we normally like to do things, but given the impact it's had on the rates increase, I think it's been a worthwhile use of time. Before we dive into the issues and options papers, either Jonathan or Raj, if you could just highlight where that leaves us with the rates increase now. So as the councillors work through each issues and options papers, there's some clarity around where that increase sits.
Yeah, so councillors, based off the draft annual plan that went out for consultation, you were sitting at a rates increase of 9.13. With the decision that you've just made, you are now sitting at a rates increase of 7.13. And further debate through these IOPs may result in further changes to that rates impact. Jonathan, correct me if I'm wrong.
So just to clarify, that's on the assumption that the preferred option of these IOPs that we're about to go through is accepted.
Okay.
So obviously we've removed 1.3 of the fuel, but that's on the assumption that we've put 1.3 in first. So that's neutralising it back to the consulted 9.13, including growth.
Okay. Thank you. So I think we better move on. So as you go back to page 1056 in the main agenda, and that is the transport funding. I think we've sort of covered this, but but if you, if there's any further questions.
Yes,
on
so coming back to this, councillors, like Jonathan has indicated, I'll invite Callum back up to the table, but like Jonathan has indicated, the assumption of the rates impact that we've just quoted to you has been based off the preferred options and the recommended options in these IOPs, which were the recommended options primarily when we went out for consultation, except for one, that they are the adopted options. Should you change your preferred option and choose a different option, that would then have an impact on the rates. And we'll keep a running tally with Jonathan, and we'll be able to give you updates as to any changes that happen to rates based off the decisions you make. Happy to take any questions on this IOP. I believe that we've introduced it.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
So if we take option 2 on the transport reserves, which we have a motion, seconded motion on the floor, then what would that impact be? What would be the number then? So, well, I'm sorry, Brad dropped you in it by saying you'd give us a running tally.
Maybe we take more questions while Jonathan works that out.
Any other questions? So I mean, look, perhaps, are you foreshadowing? You'd like to move option?
We did move it, but we then changed direction.
Okay, let's take it fresh because it. So you would like to at some point move option 2,
and
Right,
Tracy's
okay.
seconding it, and Tracy's happy to second it.
So the questions depend on whether you're doing that. So the question is, how does option 2 intersect with the resolution we've just passed? As a first question.
Yep. So obviously that would reduce the rates impact quite significantly. Should you decide to make that your preferred option? Jonathan will give you the exact numbers from a risk versus cost perspective. The previous IOP or previous paper, the tabled item that you looked at, indicated to you why it would be prudent for you to hold on to some of those reserves until you make further decisions in the new financial year around servicing the debt. With the consideration that, $4.5 to $5 million worth of reserves is an appropriate number to hold on to. So yes, if option 2 is successful, that would reduce rates even further, but may take on an additional unquantified at this stage risk position for the new financial year.
So the risk that I see or want to understand at least is if we go with option 2, does that create a position where we need a substantial rate rise the following year?
At this stage, Your Worship, it is very difficult for us to be able to quantify the risk that you're taking on. We haven't done the work around the debt that you need to service for structure plans, so you would be making a decision without us being able to give you a risk position on the decision that you're making.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
In terms of the $27.3 million transport reserves. Now I asked the question about how you accumulate those reserves, and I had a bit of maybe I'll ask you to clarify how you would normally treat or respond or think about how you might actually allocate these transport reserves. Would you do that through an annual plan process, or is that normally dealt with through a long-term plan?
Council can make a decision either through an annual plan process or a long-term plan process, or could make a decision in year, should council decide in year that it wants to dip into its reserves to fund a certain thing. There's no limitation on when council can make that decision. It can make that decision whenever it chooses to.
Effectively, there's a certain amount of staff discretion as to the use of transport reserves from year to year, or is that always comes back to council?
It will generally always come back to council. The staff will provide council with advice in terms of the position that is being undertaken and dipping into reserves. But it is council's decision in terms of what reserves go towards and fund.
In terms of your comment about a preferred reserve of about 10% or 4.5 to 5 million, and the fact that we've got 27 million, and that you want to retain a certain amount of flexibility, how do those two concepts align?
So, councillors, I suppose, Councillor Daly, if you're asking for staff advice on this, is that currently we have an unquantified debt that we need to pay, that some of that $27 million will need to go towards. And my advice is that we need to understand what that debt is. There's further risk in terms of a new NLTP, and we have not yet understood what our FAR position is with NZTA or what NZTA will choose to fund. Until those two things become clear, I think it would be prudent for council to hold on to its reserves and make a decision based off the full picture of understanding what shortfalls it needs to face and what debt it needs to service.
In terms of the recommendation, do you think, would you consider 3.1 million of that outstanding reserve, reserve would be a reasonable punt to take, bearing in mind all the other factors you've just talked about?
Councillor, that is your decision to make, and it's around your comfort level on risk. It's not for staff to advise what your comfort level should be.
Matt?
Councillor Daly, I think Brad's been really clear on what his advice is around that. So I wouldn't expect him to have to repeat it several times.
So
Okay.
it's up to elected members.
That's what we're paid to do, Councillor Daly. Any other questions on this? Yeah, but any questions? Councillor Alvin.
Given the conversation, our ability to with the plenty of headroom of borrowing, it seems to me this risk is relatively low in return for the savings we might pay in the short term. Is that an accurate assessment?
I think given the fact that council does have debt room, I think that can factor in your thinking around your risk position, yes. Yeah.
So the questions around whether we can borrow money, that's just a treasury option. We've got plenty of headroom. It's the question of whether we need to go into negative reserves or something like that. That's the issue, is it?
It is, and it's also, we need to refer back to our revenue and financing policy as well to see what activities can be funded by what areas. So should we or can we loan fund operational activities? There's a decision that, depending on that activity, can be made.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
And maybe just as a reminder, yes, absolutely, there's debt headroom. No different to your mortgage. If you go and increase your mortgage, you will increase your interest bill, and there's still an expectation that will eventually be paid somehow. The likelihood would be through some future rating mechanism.
Okay, so I think we've come to the end of the questions.
Sorry,
Oh,
Your
sorry,
Worship, through you, Your Worship, if we could just have a look at the following slide as well, just to round this IOP off, which is the consultation results that came back for this IOP. I'll just remind councillors that the results were from the community, that the community would prefer that we fund it out of the reserves, but that result was very close to funding it out of rates.
Yeah. So thank you. And it's also bear in mind, this is a fairly technical subject as well. And one or two votes in that is not neither here nor there, to be honest. So it is our decision. Don't have to go along with that. So I think we've reached the end of the questions. So I'm going to invite Councillor Joyce to speak to his motion.
So to summarise where I see things are, over several years, some things have happened that really elected members haven't been involved with. And yeah, no aspersions towards anybody, but we, on one hand, we have this massive reserve, and on the other hand, we have this massive debt, but neither of them relate to 1 year, right? They are multi-year issues. So that to me is relevant, because we normally deal with multi-year issues. In a long-term plan, we don't try to fix them all in 1 year. Also relevant to me is that we've asked for a review, so we actually have some clarity to make decisions on. And the reason I asked for timing is I had a cheeky thought that we'd get it by June, but I realize that's unrealistic. So, you know, that we could, you know, there's nothing wrong with making a last minute decision as long as it doesn't upset the whole apple cart on June, but obviously, you know, you don't want to do anything too silly at that last June meeting. So my thinking is that the risks are all with the ratepayer here, right? I mean, I did use the phrase organizational risk, and Matt recoiled during the break, and he was right too, because I think about it, well, the only risk is to ratepayers. So what are the risks to the ratepayers? Well, the one risk is that we do this, so we take a share of the reserves, and they might face it next year, depending on what the review finds. And then we can build that into the long-term plan. The other risk is we pay them, ask them to pay up front. And then, you know, that to me is the bigger risk. They either pay now or they may have to pay later. Until that review's done, we don't even know how much that maybe is. So those have been around as long as I have, and I haven't been around that long, will know I don't like taking money off people if we don't know we need it. And to me, option one is taking money off people when we don't actually know yet whether we need it. We may need it, and it may be politically unpalatable because it makes our increase next year a bit bigger. But I would prefer that we take the money only what we actually know we need, compromise a little bit, because I mean, you could take the whole 5.8 million from reserves, but I'm not stupid, not too stupid. But to me, option two is that compromise. We take some from the ratepayers now, and we work out later whether we need more or not. And that to me is a reasonable approach. I'm looking forward to that review. Yeah, it's kind of weird to me that we've been talking about $65,000 here and $80,000 here for months. And yeah, this is a big number. You know, it's what, nearly a quarter of our rates, but also where it's a stock, not a flow. So it's not quite a strict comparison. But, you know, and then suddenly we're trying to do it all in 2 or 3 days. So to me, option two, yeah, all the risks are with the ratepayer. Let's be really clear about this. And I'm sorry I misspoke before, Matt, about saying organizational risk, because obviously there's no such thing. It all comes back to the ratepayer. And to me, so there's the risks. The risk is that we take too much of them and in a time of pain that we might not actually need, or that we, yeah, it is kicking the can down the road to a certain extent. But I think because the review is to come and the long-term plan is to come, that to me is a reasonable compromise. So they take some pain now, but we don't put more pain on them than we need to.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Any other speakers? Councillor Coxhead.
I was comfortable seconding this mainly because I think a bird in the hand at this point is worth 2 in the bush. And from a ratepayer's point of view, at the moment, we are in a situation where everybody's feeling the pinch and struggling. Many families are struggling. So if we can deliver some relief, well, less of an increase is not necessarily relief, but if we can deliver less of an increase in rates, I think we should be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. Any other speakers? Councillor Ray.
So I too am happy to support this option two. The current rates increase and affordability was the primary theme for our ratepayers. And I think anything, as Tracy has said, you know, anything that we can do to lower that is wonderful. And I'm actually happy either way, because the 5.8 million that's needed within this transport sort of fund, it's going to help, because this is what we've always been trying to do with bringing our levels of service back to where they needed to be for our community to see that. I do also take note of what Brad said, because I was going heavily through the feedback, because I do believe that it's not about actually what I think. I always take it back to our people. They are the people that pay for this. So whilst you were correct, though, that the feedback was marginal, it is largely, to me, that they preferred this option. So I just like to support it and can't wait to see those levels come back up to standard.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Daly.
I'm happy to support this. I think just going on the specific option put out in the consultation doesn't tell the whole picture, because other people were also suggesting, they don't want an increase in rates. They've even suggested lowering the level of service to stay within budget, but we know as soon as we start doing that, we hear from a lot more people than who submitted on this annual plan. And when we talk about the number of people that submitted on this point, we're only talking about 33 votes for option 2, 31 for fund the full 5.8 from rates. So they're very small numbers that we've actually received on this subject, which is worrying. I mean, when we talk about we want to hear from the ratepayer, we're not actually hearing a lot of noise, even though we do hear a lot of noise when the levels of service drop. The number of submissions is just almost pathetic. I mean, and I say that with all due respect to those that do take the time to respond to our consultation. So it is incumbent on the elected members around the table to reflect maybe a more majority view, and I think we've landed in a pretty good place with this one. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Elvin.
Thank you, sir. I'm quite ambivalent about this, and the concerns I have is that in its own way, it is still kicking the can down the road. I'm concerned about impact of rates capping, although that seems to be sort of off the agenda at the moment. And I'm also of a mind to be thinking about what creates the most dynamic tension on our organisation to keep costs under control, or at the same time, whether keeping costs under control ends up compromising service. So there's a few issues in there that I'm thinking about. So I think on balance, I would rather take the certain option for the ratepayer, and so I won't be supporting that amendment. I prefer option A.
Thank you, Councillor
Option
Elvin.
1, should I say.
Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Basically, I look at this and there's a bit of like gratification in a sense with this one. It's to me, the optics are also quite important, and people don't see reserves entirely as something that's presented in front of them and an action and something solid. So to me, what we actually deliver in this whole annual plan is really important to me, what we're going to deliver and what people can see that we are actually doing something, and that we are still, whilst I guess the term kicking the can down the road does apply a little here, we are actually going to review it and look at it over a term if there is something there that needs to be done. So to me, I quite happily support it.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. I'm going to say a few words on this. I'm always happy that we get a lower rates increase, but I am deeply concerned that this kicks the can down the road, and not just in a small way, in quite a big way. If we use those 3 million from transport reserves, and it is appropriate to net off the transportation debt, structure plan debt with the transportation reserves, we'll be in a negative reserve situation. And then we have also indicated we'd like potentially to use fund the fuel impact cost, $1.3 million with reserves as well. And we're in a huge hole. And this could easily give us 4 or 5% extra increase in rates next year. And so I don't think that's a wise or prudent option, but I appreciate that, as some have said, bird in the hand might be worth two in the bush, but I don't see this as prudent options. We've got our rates down to, well, it's not ideal, but it's a sensible level after the last resolution. So I'm not going to support this, but I'm looking forward to the future work about the transportation reserve. Thank you. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. Look, I will be supporting this number 2 option. I believe we've got parameters to work within. We have standards to keep up with. I am concerned about the rates, obviously. That is the number one concern to our ratepayers. And if it means a reduction, I'm happy for that. If it doesn't mean a less of service, I'm happy with that. So there's the parameters that we have to work through, and I'm happy to support that motion.
Okay, any other speakers? Otherwise, I'll, do you want to right of reply? Okay, Councillor Joyce.
I hear the balanced arguments here. Other option one is very much based on if. And option two also has a few ifs. So it's a question of which ifs you pick. I do not believe in taxing people based on ifs. We have, it's appropriate this is dealt with over the next few months and feeds probably into the long-term plan, which is the appropriate process. This is not a one-year issue. I just want to repeat that. This hasn't suddenly arisen because we got into trouble in 1 year. So to try to fix it in 1 year is not a reasonable proposition for current ratepayers. I'd also remind people that the whole transport activity is up for review on the long-term plan. So we're going to have a broader look at the whole thing. And that to me is an appropriate way to look at this. So I don't believe in taxing people based on ifs. If there's, if the ifs are balanced, then I'd rather not take money off people until we actually determine that we need to. And if we determine that we need to, then we make that case at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Division. So all those in favour, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3. You got that? Okay, declare it carried. So thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next option. IOP.
Your Worship.
Sorry?
Just through you, Your Worship, with that decision, councillors, your rates impact is hovering around 5.7%.
Great, thank you. So we move on to page 1083, and that is the water supply funding option. And this is the increasing volumetric charging.
Sorry, what was that page again?
1083.
We haven't even got to the threes yet.
Yep.
Councillors, this is an IOP that has been presented to you like some of the others and like the transportation one that you've seen a few times. We went out to consultation here, offering these three options to ratepayers. I'll ask Jonathan to move us to the next slide, which shows the overwhelming feedback that we've received from people, which is in support of the recommended option. So this is the option that increases the volumetric charge by 15%, essentially meaning that those who use more pay more.
Right, we spent quite a long time on the last item. I hope we can get through this much quicker. But if there are any questions, Councillor Joyce.
Who are our big users? Is it commercial people or is it residents? Do we know?
Coralie is here and she's probably better placed to answer that than I am.
Yeah, so commercial, horticultural, those would be our biggest users.
Thank you.
Councillor Cox, did you want to move it? So Councillor Ray seconds. Any debates? Councillor Joyce.
Just looking at the table, and it's in the agenda for those watching on page 1085. We're in the bottom area, not the most bottom, but the bottom. I did notice that a unitary council is at the top, but let's not go there now. But yeah, the simple fact is that our residents have been subsidising business on this. Our fixed water charge is high, and our volumetric is too low, and the big users are commercial. And so, there's been arguments in past years that, oh, what about the big families? But the big families are smart. They're not necessarily the big users. Frankly, it's commercial and horticultural, as we're told. People like my wife who like to have a big garden, that puts my water bill up. This will pull it up more. So I'm speaking against my own interest here. People with swimming pools, people that can afford it. And if they choose to use more water, then they should pay for it. And the other part of this is that obviously the long term, the theory of utilities charging is that you charge volumetrically, people use less water. It does create a bit of a crunch short term, but it means you can hopefully avoid the next big dam, the next big pipe, the next big water source. So that's good for the environment as well. So I'm fully in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Don't all feel have to speak on it, but Councillor Daly.
I really just want to highlight the fact that the sort of alignment, you could say, between TCC and Western Bay in terms of the total water costs, even though TCC have got a fixed charge of $41, we've got a fixed charge of $403. So, so for a total cost of nearly 900 for TCC and 800 for Western Bay, whereas we can see from the table that Rodney talked about, you know, some councils are up to $1,500 total. So I think it bodes well for our CCO that there will be a equalisation process at some point across the new water organisation. But clearly, if any further increases above where this goes, and purely volumetric, does have implications for those people that Rodney was talking about, the horticultural and agricultural sector, and you know, there will be some pain down the track, but on the other hand, there will be benefits for the low water users as well.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. So we're moving on to page 1090, and that is Community Board funding.
Councillors, this is another one of the papers that you've seen prior to consultation. I'll call up Bex to join us at the table, who'll run you through this paper. Essentially, this is a paper that talks about the funding of community boards. When we went out for consultation, the results were fairly even in terms of either spreading the costs, which is option 2, or the hybrid option, which is the recommended option by council staff, option 1.
Thank you. I'm just checking with you. This does go against our revenue and financing policy. So does that need is it section 80? I forget which number it is. Section 80 disclaimer or resolution?
Yes, so it will at the time that we adopt. So we don't need it for this particular decision, but at the time that we adopt what will be, yes.
Okay.
And that is considered within the options analysis in the paper.
Thank you, Becca. Any other questions on this one? No, in which case I'll look for mover and seconder, please. Councillor Coxhead, Councillor Sol. It's a bit of a close heat on who's raising that one. And sorry, was that for option 1? I should clarify. That was option 1, right? Yeah. Okay. Any debate on this one? No further debate. Okay, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against. Carried.
That leads us to our next IOP, councillors, which is the community eroding allocation. We went out to the community here with 4 options, and what we've seen is support for option 1, which is the recommended option, which would see us reducing the eroding fund allocation for community boards to $500,000. Bex is here to answer any questions.
Okay, so we're on page 1103. So were there any questions on this one? I see Councillor Daly.
I just want to indicate I'd like to move this one if possible.
Okay, I'll just check if there's any questions.
Move option 1.
Option 1, thank you.
That's a bit of favouritism, sir.
Were there any other questions on this one? No. So I see Councillor Daly's moved and seconded Councillor Coxhead. Grant, do you want to talk to you?
I will just briefly. I think, you know, the consultation speaks for itself, but I think it's entirely practical. We're not removing community rating fund altogether. We have retained our community boards in our representation review, and we would like to give them more delegations or, you know, decision-making authority, and this is one area where they do have some discretion and delegation with this community rating allocation. So but also maintaining a bit of responsibility in terms of reducing it to the 500. So supportive. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ray.
Thank you. I felt it was only relevant for me to speak to this because prior to the going up for consultation, I actually didn't speak in favour of reducing the budget. I was concerned around, real localised roading matters not being able to be funded going forward. I know for an area like Makitu, it's really hard for them to build up any amount of money to be able to do much out there. And so I still remain concerned that some of our projects that we may want won't be able to happen anymore. But I do want to speak in favour of option 1 today because I have read the feedback and I will be happy to admit that I was wrong. And the overwhelming result from the community was that they would like to see a reduction. So therefore, I am changing my view because before that was just my view, but now I've listened to the community and I'm going in favour of option 1.
Thank you. I think a couple others. Do you want to put your hand up again? Who? Councillor Alvin, Councillor Sol.
While I don't have any major objection, just from a matter of principle, as we've been developing a kick the can down the road approach today a bit, I am inclined to think about, given the reserves that are currently sitting in the community boards, whether option 2 is the appropriate option in our current environment, saving another 0.5% of rates. We've done the adjustments out of the allocation of reserves. And here we've got a situation where there are significant reserves sitting in the community board, which we are deciding that we're going to leave alone. Now, I understand that, but actually the history of those reserves is they haven't really been spent. So they're just sitting there doing nothing. So the reserves for community boards are sacred cows, but the roading reserve, which seems to me to be significantly more important, is able to be dispensed with. So I'm not sure about the consistency about that. And I guess if option 1 is passed, and it sounds like it will be because everybody who sits on a community board is going to be concerned about the backlash. But I just want to point out from a consistency point of view, it doesn't cut the mustard. So I'll vote against it and see where we go from there.
Okay, Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. Well, as you know, very solid supporter of community boards and what I think their future will be. I think it's becoming more obvious even now as we go through changes, potential changes in local government and how important localism may be in the future. Back a couple of years ago, I voted and was quite supportive of us cutting the roading budget for community boards. I voted for it. I didn't like it in many ways, but community boards had to wear that or their share. And that was an area where I voted to support them wearing it. Now, I believe we are running at a level where it gives them something going forward to do those local jobs with. Part of what came from the representation review was giving them boards more powers and delegations to do things. Having been in a community board that did use its roading reserves normally fairly well for various projects, we did use them and did ear tag them, etc. So I have no issues there. I believe this is important to reinstate fully that the community boards are able to get on and work within their communities and have some funding. Okay, still has to pass council to be used, but they can start making decisions again and they've got something to work with. I look forward to us actually increasing this budget in the future back to where it was at least. But that's why I support it, sir. It's localism. It's important to our communities to have it. It is up to us to cane them if they don't use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Joyce.
I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to deal with the sacred cow. It's bollocks. Which is, we cut.
Just
You don't like that word, do you? To me, it's quite a normal word. And it's okay. It's wrong. And he's not listening anyway. But yeah, it shows as a failure to actually know history. We cut this funding for a year. We've cut it in half now. There is no sacred cow here. There is no sacred cow here. We cut it completely for 1 year. We've cut it in half this year. So the idea that these things are sacrosanct is obviously wrong. And I don't think it's a useful addition to the debate. We need to compromise. This is a compromise. I would say that going forward, if we are to continue with this, I would like to see it better integrated with the rest of the transport budget. So at least we have a shot at getting subsidies. And we haven't in the past. I know that's not easy. And the way we're looking at the future may get even harder. But we might need to reorganize how we do this. Maybe it's a contestable pool or something that we do, so that the money doesn't accumulate. So we can look at that in the long-term plan, but these are not sacred cows. They've been cut before, they've been cut now. So let's not talk rubbish.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I think we are due to review this policy and address some of the points you raised. But I think this recommendation recognised that community boards mostly, not all, have large reserves in this space. But it is important that we empower our community boards, and this is one of the major ways we do it. But I would recognise that the Wade Beach Fund, I think, is in deficit, if I'm correct, Councillor Sol. And so to cut it entirely would be pretty unfair for them, who've done a good job in spending the money they've been allocated. So I support this. Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have a bit of a change of direction. I actually wanted to stay status quo because at the end of the day, poor old Makatu got a miserable $70,000, fixed a few potholes. Now it's right down to 40. We'll be lucky if we'll be able to fix half a pothole. I do understand that in this climate that we're in, we do have to pull a notch in our belt a little bit tighter and obviously keep things within reasoning. So I fully respect the option. I do, however, hope it's extremely temporary and that we do look at this moving on, that whether it's taken off us altogether and allocated to some other higher being, or it's increased that we can actually fix a few more potholes.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. So I'm now going to put the motion. Did you want to write a reply, Councillor Daly?
Yes, I would. Thanks. I mean, if you look at the submission feedback, 31% actually voted to retain the full amount, 50% voted to support the reduction, and 30.
This feels like new information rather than right of reply.
No, sorry. It's just in response to the Councillor Elvin in terms of 50% supported the reduction, 31% supported retaining the original amount, only 19% voted to reduce it to zero. So, but the point I really want to make is that the reason we've got these reserves in the first place, and it's not for lack of trying to spend this community board roading allocation. It's comes often down to roadblocks put up along the way when community boards put projects forward for consideration, and then we have a process where we've sort of got the opposite of a fast track process. And I'm not meaning to point the finger at anyone. I just think that this dilemma for community boards and actually do have projects in mind and do want to spend the money, and yet we had 8 months from before the election, for example, the last Te Puke Community Board till the first real business meeting, almost 8 months with no action. So you're being asked to spend your allocation in about 4 months, and so it's just not possible, especially in this transition period. So I do sort of put it on our new CEO and our infrastructure manager and governance team that we really do need to improve this aspect of managing community boards, because as I said earlier, we did have a representation review. We got a clear message from the community board the community that they want to retain their community boards. They feel there's value in that local voice.
So we're drifting into this is not right of reply.
So I just want to make that point on this particular subject.
Thank you, councillor Davis. I'll put the motion for option 1. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. So now we move to page 1117, and this is the fluoride-free water supply point.
Thanks, councillors. I'll ask Coralie to join us at the table. This was a paper that came to you prior to consultation. It was a budget that we originally factored in our original rates increase. The feedback that has come back from the community has been in opposition to installing a fluoride-free tap. The recommended option by officers at this stage is that we do not install a fluoride-free tap. If council changes, that's the option that we have budgeted into the numbers that have been told to you. So the 5.7% that we've communicated with you just a few minutes ago, that includes no fluoride-free tap. But Carly is here to answer any questions that you have. I think we've spoken.
Questions, councillor Coxhead.
It says here, well, 65,000 on page. We're talking about 65,000 anyway, in terms of what it would cost to install, and then we're talking about 60,000.
It's on the if I can interrupt, councillor Coxhead, on the screen now is perhaps what might help you.
Now we're talking, now we're talking about 60,000. My question is around operational. So we're saying it's $5,000 a year for the operation, and yet it says in disadvantages in option 2, minor operational considerations for water treatment operators. So where does the 5,000 come in? The cost?
So essentially with establishing a fluoride-free supply, I think we've talked about this previously, you're setting up a tank, we're taking a supply off our existing treatment plant, you're setting up a tank, a pump and all that sort of stuff. The cost, and you're also establishing another drinking water supply. So the cost comes in with kind of maintaining that system and maintaining an additional water supply. So the 5,000 is a guess at this stage. It's a very high level estimate. Yeah.
Any other questions on this one? No. Okay, I'm looking for a mover for this one, please. Okay, I'm happy to move option 1. Councillor Dinsdale, second. Speakers, please. Councillor Sol.
Sir, I supported this and in the first instance to see where it went with the public, and we've got a clear basically direction on that from the public. So I will take that in this case and support not proceeding with it. But I do feel that when we consulted, perhaps there wasn't enough information there. You know, it's again things, and it's going to come up again later on today, that we have a figure and then nothing supporting it going to the people, particularly so they get an understanding and a grip to what it is that, number one, you're trying to do, what the outcome of that would be, and how the heck we arrive there with the price. Because just to say we just supply a tap without fluoride in it, hell, you know, that's easy, mate. Just, you know, supply a tap without fluoride going in the water. It's to understand it. And I believe that's where part of this process has been let down quite badly, to be fair. But again, I also understand how the heck you pad out these things when you go out to the people as well. But simple pictures and 1 or 2 words maybe would explain it a lot better. Also, it perhaps only went into one area at this point in time. So I will actually run with the motion that's put, and look forward to maybe better information on some of these things when they come forward in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. And good point, mate. I just highlight that for anyone who might be watching, the explanation on the cost was made available to or discussed with councillors. So that's but perhaps not shared more widely. So thank you. Councillor Coxhead.
I won't be supporting this. I do not support mass medication, and unfortunately the people in Wharewhara and Waihi Beach have had this imposed on us. We have consulted with the whole community, and largely the rest of our community's water is not fluoridated. So the cost of $65,000 will make zero impact on the rates decrease. And I feel like it's the children and people who are perhaps more disadvantaged, who don't have the ability to put in fluoride filters on their own drinking water, should they want to extract it. I feel like they're the ones that suffer, and for the cost of $60,000 to $65,000 to put in one tap and one supply that people could access, I think it's shameful, to be honest, that we can't just go ahead and do something like this without having all this drama.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, I too originally supported this, and one of the reasons I did support it was to get some public feedback on whether they want it or not want it. As said, there are areas within our district that don't have fluoride. They do get an option whether they want to or not. So it was interesting to see the feedback. What I'm disappointed about is probably what Alan was saying is the lack of detail. I think a lot of the people that voted on this thing or looked at the price rather than what the option was. And that's a sad part, because I think it does affect the ones that are struggling, the ones that can't afford filters and all that sort of thing. So I will go with what the public like on this one, but it's just sad to see how it unfolded.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
I'm similarly conflicted because, when we debated whether to fluoridate, and it was made very clear we really had no choice, I actually suggested the idea of fluoride-free tap because I saw that it's been done in other areas. There's about 8 or 10 other councils that I'm aware of that do this. The most famous one being the Petone tap. It comes straight out of the Petone aquifer. It can become even in a small way a tourist attraction. People will travel for this. But the public has been very clear that they do not see in these tightened times that this is an essential thing to do. And that to me is the feedback is really pretty much right through that. People went for, a lot of the time, the majority went for the cheapest option because it's a cry of pain with our rates. And I don't, unfortunately, even though it was an idea that I put forward in the last training, I don't feel that we have to do this. And at this point, we have to try to focus on the basics. I would float the idea that perhaps if the people that want this are willing to come up with some money, that we could look at this as a community-led project that the engineers could then implement, because it's not a huge sum of money. Then, if they want it, they can do it. We talked about 25 million a moment ago. So I will support this reluctantly. I think it could have been a very good thing, but in these tightened times, the public have told us to stick to our knitting.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Daly.
Look, obviously we had a lot of discussion about fluoride in the last triennium when the government mandated that we install these fluoridated water supplies at Athenry and Wharewhara. And quite a few of us did a lot of research and soul searching on this issue. To be honest, you can't ignore the public feedback, but I'm going to vote against this on principle. I did suggest cheaper options during the workshopping for this, and I thought that we could have come up with a cheaper option than the 60,000, and we still could if we really wanted to. I attended a public meeting for Tauranga City held at Otamotai on Tuesday night, and the question was raised about fluoride-free taps in Tauranga City, and the meeting was told that there are 3 fluoride-free taps in Tauranga City, and they're not even near the Western Bay border, so they must be utilising some measures to remove the fluoride from their water supply. But So if this amendment fails, and I take it probably won't fail, but I would like to foreshadow a further option, maybe along the lines of option 3, if it was possible, if it's possible to approve an additional budget of 20,000 for the installation of a fluoride-free water supply at Athenry Water Treatment Plant, Westwood Road, without incurring the currently budgeted 60,000, then, and I don't know if that's even possible, I guess someone maybe answer that question, then it's only a foreshadowed proposal and probably won't see the light of day, but just wondering about that.
So option 3 is 20,000 plus 60,000. It's 80,000.
Yeah.
You can't just do 80,000. Sorry, you can't just do 20,000 because that doesn't get it.
But reading it, it looks like
We
there's
discussed this at the workshop, Councillor Gully.
two sites available. Anyway, I did think there was a cheaper option by providing fluoride filters at the Waihi Beach Library, and it wouldn't be anywhere near 60,000 to do that. So there is a possibility of doing this. It would incur some operational costs, I understand, to replace filters regularly, but it's not off the table, and it is possible to do it for far less than 60,000 for at least one fluoride-free supply point in Waihi Beach.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I think we have discussed that extensively, and we can't just do it in the way you'd suggest. That has been explored, and that was validly so, but we can't. I'm going to say a few words again on this. So look, with I repeatedly say that it is our own decision to make, and so I respect everyone who's got different views on this. But when you have 78% against, that's a pretty firm indication from the public, and it's a brave elected member who goes against that sort of level. It was interesting to see the feedback and how vociferous it was about it being a waste of ratepayer money. I guess you've seen both sides of the story now, which we didn't really have before. And I do feel that those who have got concerns, we've heard from a number, and they, at least some have got their own solutions at this point. And so I don't see the need to spend money on this now, whether they choose bottled water or their own ion exchange. But so anyway, I'm voting for my motion. Councillor Elvin.
Look, I'm always concerned about the tyranny of the majority, and this is just one of those. And we love to rely on the majority when it suits us and defend the opposite. I've got some sympathy for this matter. I think my issue is I'd like to. I'm not against it, but I think that there are issues in this current year that we need to be sticking to core issues for the council. So we're minimising rates increase. I want to try and maintain that consistency the best I can. I've had an argument about standards of service for mowing and all sorts of stuff. Actually, at the end of the day, if it's not a super urgent matter for us to decide as a council this year, then I would prefer we revisit it in better times. I'm not against it, but for the reasons of saying we need to be fiscally prudent, I would be voting in favour of this.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to, it's for the speakers, I'm going to put the motion. Sorry, did you want to speak, Councillor Ray? I'm sorry, Councillor Ray, go on.
I felt again that it was right for me to speak to this one because I didn't, I supported the installation prior. But again, unfortunately, I have to go with the feeling from the community, which is pretty overwhelming. I do sort of sympathise though with the going out for consultation with the exact amount, because if you didn't include that part, I'm not sure the feedback would have come in the same. But I hear from people that they don't want fluoride added in the water, and I understand that, but I do just want to briefly touch on the fact that just because we're not adding fluoride into the water supply in other areas of the Western Bay doesn't mean that it's not there, because it naturally occurs in water. So for any other area to say that it doesn't have fluoride in its water, that's not true. So just had to make that point there, because I remember asking right back at the beginning, if this is such a cool thing, how come we're not putting that into all the water supplies? But it was told to me that the rest of them met the government's levels. Therefore, we weren't mandated to do it anywhere else. So just had to clear that part up, because saying that, you know, other areas don't have it, we don't add it, but it's still there. So just, yeah. But I do support not installing the tap, but only due to the overwhelming feedback from the community.
Thank you, councillor Ray. No, I think we've had your turn. If it's clarification.
Naturally occurring fluoride is not the same as
No, so we're not gonna- no, we're not
hydrofluorosilicic
gonna go
acid,
there.
which
That-
is added.
Sorry,
So it's
that is-
completely different.
That is incorrect, but right. Okay, we'll leave it there. So we'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye, against? It's carried. Do you want division? Okay, division. All those in favour, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2. I declare that carried. I'm ready for lunch. I think we'll take a wee break for lunch. We'll come back at 10 past. One thing I did want to raise, and my apologies, I haven't raised it so far, is that for each of these IOPs, the assumption has been we use the reasonings in the table, the advantages and disadvantage tables. Please feel free if there's anything you disagree with, but we're going with what we've got so far, and I haven't heard anything against that. So apologies, I should have raised that earlier, but that's where we'll go. So with that, we'll adjourn for lunch and be back at 1 past. Councillor Joyce, can we take a seat, please? Right, okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now on page 1125, and we're discussing the Place brand project. I think this one sits with Jodie, so why don't you introduce this one?
Good afternoon, Chair and elected members. Yes, so this is the Tourism Bay of Plenty Place brand project IOP. I believe most of you have now all had an opportunity to view the mock-up of the Place brand. And so this IOP is seeking the additional funding or approval of additional funding to support the rollout of the Place brand. The request is for $148,500 against an overall project budget for the rollout phase of including the in-kind or co-investments of just over $1 million. Happy to take any questions on that.
Okay, any questions on this one? I hope everyone's I think almost all of us have seen it and were favourably impressed, but is there anyone who had a question? Councillor Joyce.
Traditionally, the funding split between Tauranga City and Western Bay has been 85-15%. We haven't agreed to any change in that, yet somehow that proportion has changed to 1/3 us versus 2/3 Tauranga. I don't know who wants to answer this, but why is it suddenly changing? And that's not even how this project has been funded up till now.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Joyce. It's 3-1, not 1/3, 2/3, so it's actually quarter. But anyway, so the reason for that is that the work they've done going out into our district has been far exceeding 15% of the budget. I think we've got a pretty good deal on that one, to be honest. And also, when you look at the output and how it takes account of our different, as they call boroughs, not sure I like that term, but anyway, the different areas. Actually, again, it accounts about half or even the majority of that work done. So I think with a 25% funding split for us, I think that still represents good value and a more appropriate split of the work. But Jodie, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to add to that, just in terms of the funding split that we currently have, there is no council position that states that the funding split is 85%, 15%. That's just currently under the statement of intent. That is how the funding is currently allocated. So we have our agreed level of service, and that's our funding is set around that. This project is actually separate to the statement of intent, so it has it sits outside of that, and therefore you're free to make a decision around how you would like to fund it.
The other important points I've got to mention is that we own TBOP 30%, 70%. Okay, so even 25% doesn't actually reflect our ownership share. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I know we had Oscar in this morning. First item of the day, and he did make some good points about additional work stream for the Western Bay on request, but this I think is maybe a separate issue, I guess. I understand the points that James has put up, that this is a different maybe funding component or split, and even Oscar, when we first talked about it in this chamber, he did suggest there were reasons for pushing for that 70-30, but I think this really, I think I'd rather see this.
There's a question here.
Well, I'd like to maybe, I think it's more appropriate to discuss the change to the funding split in the long-term plan process. So at this stage, I'd like to move option 2 if there was a seconder.
So what I'm going to do, I wasn't seeking movers and seconds at this point. I'm seeing questions. I think the best way to do it would be to seek moves option one, and if that doesn't pass, then you move down. I think otherwise it gets in a bit messy. So
I have a point of order. Is that does my suggesting a motion?
I haven't accepted your move. So is there any questions first?
I have clarification on the standing orders if I'm allowed
This is
to
my
move it.
interpretation of standing orders. Thank you. Are there any movers? Sorry, are there any questions on this matter? Okay. Right. Can I seek a mover for option one? Councillor Sol, seconded Councillor Dinsdale. Speakers? Councillor Sol.
Yes, sir. I look at this and the history of TBOP in this chamber has not been good many years ago. In fact, I know that council looked very seriously about telling them to go away. We have seen a major change in how it's gone over the last few years. I think it's been obvious, shouldn't mention names, but since Oscar arrived, we've noticed a massive change in the chamber. So I do support this, sir, because of a couple of things. One is what has come forward is quite unique, and I think will stand out and is worth giving it a go. Both, I was concerned about it, how it would work internationally. And as I said at that disclosure of it, the little fact of the NZ being beside it in a block form helped, because I'm dyslexic. Now, people that don't know what tauranga is would look at that and probably not put the word together. But I think once they start working with that little key, it makes a lot of sense. So they've put in a lot of work. We agreed to that. We've got an investment. And the big thing, sir, is I believe anything that's going to make the cake bigger, and this should make the cake bigger, our share will improve each. So that's why I support it, sir.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Sol. Any other speakers? Councillor Elvin.
When's it possible to move an amendment?
Yeah, you can. I'm just conscious that you can't move an amendment that's just a negative of what you got on the table.
No. What I'm wanting to suggest is I'd like to move an amendment to reduce the funding to 126,225, which is a reduction of 15%.
So to how much?
Well, I could make it to 125,000.
Okay. Well, I think
I can speak to the rationale if anybody's prepared.
Okay, I think that's more of a foreshadow for if this one doesn't pass. So we'll bear that in mind.
Oh, well, I can explain that. So, all right. So if I can continue on saying that if it goes as it is, I'd be voting against it. And it's not because I'm not very much supportive of tourism BOP, but I've been sitting here all day and we've been taking the knife to everybody else. And we're going to have to cut our own cloth. We've been looking at cutting contributions to our community board in terms of their roading allocations. And we're just going to sit here and say, well, you guys take all this the way you want. Now, I'm not saying I'm not 100% supportive. My reduction to 125 is roughly saying we'll knock 15% off the top and you can sharpen up the way you do things, because we're going to have to sharpen up the way we do things in our organisation for at least 15%. So I think the ratepayer is entitled to know that we're expecting rigour from everybody associated with us, and we're expecting rigour from ourselves. I think if we just go through and say this, we're saying, well, if it's us or anybody associated with us, you've got license to spend however much you ask for, but everybody else has to take a trim. So that's the rationale for my foreshadowed motion and the rationale for me not supporting this. I think 90 grand's way too low. I think what they're doing is great, but that's my rationale.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. I will say a few words at this point. So as I explained previously, this does represent a good deal for us in terms of the split of funding. The overall funding is over $1 million, so it's 1.05, give or take. And Tourism Bay of Plenty are doing a good job of leveraging the money that they get from the councils through external entities. So we're actually only paying less than 15% of the total. So I think in that context, it needs to be seen. This isn't just a punt it and see kind of amount. This has been worked through. As you know, I've been on the governance group for this. And it's also worth mentioning that TCC have funded the full amount they were asked for, which is 450,000. So it would create issues if we didn't. So like, I prefer we don't penny pinch on this one. We've done an amazing job so far getting our rates down. And this is, going back to what we saw earlier, this is value for money. It'll give a great outcome for our sub-region. So keen to support this one. Councillor Dinsdale.
Thank you. I support option 1 based on, well, when we first started receiving reports from Tourism Bay of Plenty, Western Bay was not really there. We're here today and we've seen a new presentation. Western Bay are right in there. There's been a lot of pluses with the inclusion of Te Arawaki-tai, with the conversations happening with Makatu community around the tourism and taking out our visitors out to see those things. There's also the increase in number and interaction with the hapu and iwi. So the previous slides only said that there were 2 iwi basically that were there to receive our visitors that come to the port. We are now aware that there are actually 3 other operators in Te Puke that work with Graham Crossman. So based on that, I believe, and it's my opinion, that option 1 is the best option for today.
Thank you, Councillor Dinsdale. Any other speakers? Sorry, Councillor Joyce, then Councillor Beach.
So I'm torn on this one. I can't visualize the nuts. But we have seen the concepts and they will come to the public shortly. It's an exciting concept and it can build real value, as Councillor Sol has pointed out, for our community. But I'm also aware of the fact that this has been around for a long time and I can't quite work out why it's come to us as a late IOP. As the Mayor's pointed out, there's been a governance group for some time. So why is this coming up so late in the process? And I'm also acutely aware that our partner in all this, in Tauranga City, has unilaterally cut funding for 2 sub-regional parks that it's a partner in. So it seems it's all right for Tauranga to cut funding because it's got a budget crunch, and we know they have a budget crunch. Well, we have a budget crunch too. And so I have some sympathy for Councillor Alvin's position in that regard. It'll be really good to get this out the door, but I'd really like to know what increased costs we've got at our 2 sub-regional parks, because Tauranga's pulled the plug on things. Because there doesn't seem to be a spirit of partnership coming from the other direction at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Brad, did you want to comment on that? Because I think there's some ongoing work in that space, but I don't know how much you can say.
Yeah, so we are in negotiations with Tauranga City regarding the funding of sub-regional parks, but as of yet, nothing has been established in terms of a firm commitment.
I'm not sure that matching port behaviour is the way forward, but I don't want to keep. Okay, anyone? Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not against option 1. What I am deeply concerned about is it's the ratepayers' money that are paying for the branding. And moving forward, I'd like to make sure there is a condition in regards to the branding, that it is available freely to the accommodation and hospitality providers that have the use, and organisations that have the use to use that branding. So that's where my deepest concern is. So I'm happy to support one, but it would come with a clause.
Okay. Councillor Coxon and Councillor Ray. Okay, Councillor Ray.
Unfortunately, I won't be supporting option 1. I think I've made that very clear all the way through, as I normally would. My concerns lie solely with the amount of money that all ratepayers in the district pay for this, and they don't necessarily receive the benefit. And I have had discussions to try to help me to understand that maybe there is a benefit for that, but unfortunately, I still don't agree. So I won't be supporting option 1.
Thank you, councillor Ray. Councillor Coxhead.
Oh, I'm just about the opposite of councillor Ray. I see great benefit in branding the region and having a recognised brand, having lived in Wellington as long as I did, with the branding for Absolutely Positively Wellington and the amazing vibe and the amazing engagement from the whole city in terms of how they felt about their particular provincial pride or whatever you want to call it. So for me, it's a really positive thing. I think the branding significantly, it's really up there. I think it's sensational, and I think the way it's been presented was it was top class. I just think they showcased within the video areas in our district that, you know, would make, if I hadn't lived here or didn't live here, I would be wanting to come and see. Excuse me, I'm a huge supporter of building our tourism business in this district because it's a beautiful district. And until recently, I mean, it has been very popular, and now we've had issues with the Mount, and we've also had, you know, the city of Tauranga has really gone into the doldrums, and I'd love to see, you know, we're starting to see that all turn around now and there, and I'd just love to see this region thrive from a tourism perspective as well.
Thank you, councillor Coxhead. Councillor Daly.
Look, I'm not opposed to the brand or the concept. I guess what I'm opposed to is the fact that we were sort of presented with this funding option as a fait accompli for a total partner funding of 1,050,000 effectively, with commercial input from Priority 1, 75,000 partners, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, University, Airport, Port of Tauranga, Zespri at $250,000, and Tourism Bay of Plenty themselves are putting in 125. So it's just sort of that assumption which changed the balance of funding from the traditional amount to Tauranga City at 450 and Western Bay at about 150, or this amount. And so I think, like I say, I'm not opposed to the concept. I agree with everyone's thoughts about how exciting it is, but this has only been seen by elected members and the Tourism Bay of Plenty staff. It hasn't been circulated to the wider public. So I think there's great opportunity for additional revenue streams from the commercial sector. And you know, in line with Graham's, Councillor Elvin's comments about restraint, I just really, I really can't support this option 1 at this time, even though in principle I support the branding and the idea, and I think it will get a positive uptake over time, but I also think it will have a positive uptake by other funders as well.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I think that's the end of the people. So did you want to write a reply, Councillor Sol?
Yeah, basically, so I've taken on board, and I quite agree with a lot of what's said. And heaven help me, I want to see us keep our rate charges down. This funding, I think first of all, we've got to look at TBOP and where it is funded and how it actually gets there. And it is putting in 100 and something, 45, was it, 1,000 or 120,000 or something from its resources. And we as councils are one of the funders of there. So and then it gets all this other external funding, etc. So it is putting skin in the game. It's gone and developed something that is quite unique. And it really does excite me how the boroughs in the district can actually leverage off it and start using it. And I think that that's part of what really sold me, was they actually looked at so low key selling the whole concept. So to me, it has a lot of benefit. The fact is that they've arrived at this sum, and so we would perhaps look at it and say, right, well, let's chop. But we do that, frankly, how much more money they then have to raise to leverage or use this leverage is the bit that worries me. That is leverage for them to raise externally. So I just feel it is an outside organisation. They have produced something that's pretty clever, gives us a great opportunity both nationally to improve our tourism here and internationally. I just would like to see it get a go and try and make the cake bigger, sir. That's really the thing. It's an opportunity that if we start playing around with it, we may lose it.
Thank you, councillor Sol. So with that, I'm going to put the motion that's going to be reasonably close on last raise people's hands. So those in favour of option 148,500, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Yeah, the division. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, we now move on to another tabled item. So that's elsewhere in your Stella documents, and this is the Spencer Avenue culvert upgrade.
Yes, so councillors, just to give you a running update with that decision that you've just made, the rate's impact is 5.74. The Spencer Avenue culvert is a tabled item like the mayor has indicated. And so if you go into Stella, there's a brand new IOP there that includes the direction that councillors asked us to include. What we've done is we have stripped out all community board funding and have included funding specifically for council. And we've also gone and included an additional option, which is the bare minimum option of just the stuff that's required to upgrade the culvert and none of the additional add-ons. Callum McLean has joined us and will be happy to answer any questions.
Callum.
Sorry, I just want to apologise. There was a mistake in the original ILP. So in the original ILP, we assumed that the community board had committed $200,000 from the rodent account. It was actually $150,000 from the rodent account and $50,000 from the reserves account. So the money that is currently available from the community board is now 182,000.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Councillor, I'll go with Beach first. It's your area, mate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've written a book about this. I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to reduce it down to like 2 minutes. But yeah, this is a hot topic in Makatu. I was privileged to be way back there 12 years ago and saw it firsthand as a need for the Makatu community to upgrade its stormwater facilities, as it was known as the drain hole. Everything, basically over half, I should say, of the water came from the top of Makatu down through and out this particular culvert, which is obviously way too small. Here we are 11 years later, and you're asking us to put it into the LTP. Well, it's already been in the LTP for 12 years already, and may be sitting there for another 10 at least. I am concerned about the pricing. Yes, the community board wants skin in the game. I don't know too many community boards that would offer $200,000 towards a project that really they probably shouldn't be funding 1 cent to. So this is how important this is to the people of Makatu. When you see a community board chair come in front of us councillors and say, this is the #1 issue, we need to deal with it. As councillors, we should be stepping up and saying, right, how can we help you? How can we fix this? So this is how important this is. It affects over 30 homes and floodings. In the last 5 years, I've witnessed and been involved with the evacuation and the pumping of several houses because of the flooding caused because of this culvert not big enough to get rid of the water. There's also our marae is part of that 30 houses as well, which is above and beyond, which is extremely important building. So the bottom line basically is there's been many, many upgrades within Makatu. We've had the diversion of the Kaituna River, which put 20% of the river down the Makatu estuary, which raised the volume height of the estuary alone by 70 millimetres, which doesn't seem much, but with that, with a king tide and onshore wind, will cause significant flooding because of that culvert is just too damn small to get the water out. The upgrades of Wilson's Road, as we speak, is happening right now. They are spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars upgrading the water system. Where does that water system go? Right into that culvert. No plans have been made to obviously upgrade that culvert, and it was very sad to see it be taken off the LTP. I asked that it gets done immediately. I'm not sure if there is an option there that will say that this has to happen. It is the #1 issue in Makatu, and I'll leave it at that.
So I've been reminded I was so enjoying your korero that I forgot to pick you up that it wasn't really a question. So okay, I'll go to Councillor Joyce next, and then
I agree that it was more a comment
Councillor
than a question, but it was actually extremely helpful because
Councillor Joyce, go on.
it's actually the words from Councillor Beach were extremely helpful because what's been missing from this is the impact on the people. So we're told that houses are flooding, and yet after 12 years, we haven't fixed it. This is the main road into Makatu. So why hasn't the council prioritised this, given that houses are flooding, it's the main road into Makatu, and everybody seems to agree that it's needed?
I don't have an answer for you. I would have to report back on that.
I think perhaps a question I had, which sort of fits into that, is that I'm really unclear as to why this is being treated as a transportation issue, and that it's for me it's a clear stormwater thing. I don't understand why this doesn't transfer to the Waters CCO next year and could be funded through that. I mean that would be, you know, if we're struggling to fund it and understand the funding constraints we have, it could certainly be done through the CCO. So I'm just understanding why it wouldn't come under the CCO, and can we make sure it is, because I understand the urban rural split, but it's in the urban area as far as as I view it, it's in the urban area.
Your worship, the reason why this is being treated as a stormwater issue that the transportation activity needs to resolve is because it's a culvert under the road dealing with stormwater from roading activities. We've erred on the side of caution that because we haven't actually been through the work with the CCO, this is one of those activities that could go either way. The likelihood is, my interpretation is, that we'll probably stay with the council and be regarded as transportation stormwater and not CCO stormwater.
So can we direct that it is treated? I mean, that'll come into our strategy or the statement of expectations or something. I can't believe that there'd be a bunch of Tauranga City councillors who try to refuse it. I mean, that'd be weird.
Your worship, that is something that we would need to work through the CCO with. In general, the way that these things are done is there's a principled approach that's adopted, and then all assets are then applied against those principles, and where those assets lie is where they lie. It isn't an individual will negotiate this asset or negotiate that asset.
Because what I'm struggling with here is that I get stormwater being in a transportation activity because it's culverts by the side of the road. That is a road. But when you're talking it sounds like quite a chunk of concrete and a pipe and flaps and all that sort of, that's more than roading infrastructure from my perspective. Not a roading engineer, obviously, but it seems like if this isn't stormwater, I'm not quite sure what is. So that's from my perspective. I'll come back. I think it's only fair to go around. So I'll go to Councillor Daly next.
I guess I was just going to ask for clarity on the costs that have already been committed, and I guess that's really just about the design to produce the design for the thing. But I see you've got a separate option with a lowered budget, and if you could just explain how that came to be. I see from the report that it's about removing provision for to connect the Makatu cycleway into the centre of Makatu. And what the impact would be by removing that from the project, and for a difference of $46,000, whether you think that's a reasonable trade-off.
I guess that's for you to decide. I mean, it will be more expensive to try and put the shared path in that way to date. So it would be more logical to do it now, but it's for you to decide whether or not you want to for that shared path to go in now, or whether you're happy to defer it to sometime in the future.
If we don't do this now, if we did it in a year's time or 2 years' time, or if the water organisation did it, what impact do you think that would have on the cost to build it? I mean, we know that today is always the best time to build anything because of the rising costs. Is it possible to make a prediction like that?
So councillor Daly, if I'm picking up the question correctly, what's been asked is it more efficient to go with option 2 from a long-term cost perspective than option 3?
Yes, it's more efficient, yeah.
Councillor Ray.
I was just going to say that I would like to move option 1. When you're ready to.
Not to approve.
Oh. Option 2. Sorry, geez.
I can accept your first answer. No, okay. When time comes, I'll bear that in mind. Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Coxhead.
Could I just clarify the numbers again, please? So I understand the whole project is 550,000. Is that right?
That's the current estimate, yes.
Yes, okay. So, and the community board is putting in, if we went for option 2, the community board is putting the balance up to that figure from their reserves? Yeah, okay. And so we're just being asked for the 368.
It depends whether they get additional funding through this year's annual plan. The maximum.
Through what, sorry?
If they get additional funding through this year's annual plan, then the maximum amount they can contribute is 200,000 based on the resolutions that they've already passed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Elvin, and then back to Councillor Joyce.
I'm happy to just wait for the resolution and speak in support of it.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
A couple of things from me. Bearing in mind the Makatu Community Board will now have a roading account, so they could actually fund the 200,000 presumably. Is that correct?
So currently they have 180.
Yeah, but they're getting another year's allocation.
So they've got more than 50,000 available in the reserves account, but they've only got 133, 132 in their roading account. So they can only fund what they have available in their account.
But they're getting more into their account
Yes,
next
so
year.
so based on the resolutions that have been passed, they would fund 150,000 from the roading account and 50,000
Yeah,
from
so they can get to 200,000. The other question I have is on the proposed shared walkway, cycleway. Is the rest of that in place, or is it something that's future planned along that road?
So it's on the shared path is already in place on the northern side of Spencer Avenue. It's not in place on the southern side of Spencer Avenue. So it's not in place on one side of the culvert, but it is in place on the other side of the culvert.
So the difference between option 2 and option 3 is putting space for a shared walkway on both sides, or one side?
No, just one side.
So basically it would be join the existing walkway, cycleways, which is in place.
Yes, on the northern
Okay.
side.
I just didn't want to build a bit of walkway and cycleway and find out that the rest of it wasn't in place. That was all.
No, 50% of it's in place.
Question from me. During our workshop, I requested that we consider how we can de-scope it, or I think that was actually Councillor Joyce's idea, but that was the direction given, to de-scope it and save costs, because we've gone up from 200 or thereabouts, I think, to over 500,000, and how on earth it gets that high. And I understand there were regional council constraints and what have you, but I would seek a comment on that, but I'd secondly like to maybe suggest a change to 2, if when Councillor Ray moves it, that we consider rescoping alongside that. So 368 is more of a ceiling, and if we can get it for less than that, then that would be good. Yeah, think on that, Councillor Ray. But I'd like to comment. I'd like to comment on the potential for de-scoping this one.
We would have to negotiate with regional council to remove some of the requirements from the project scope. You've previously mentioned the flat valves and the fish ladders and whatnot. Those are all regional council requirements. It's not something that we've insisted upon. So the answer is we would have to speak to regional council and see what dispensations regional council would be prepared to give us.
Because things like fish ladders can be done with an old piece of rope, and it's $100 tops solution, not a massive amount. So I'm just wondering, the options are there. Project Priority did fish passage solutions around the whole Uatara catchment, and it's certainly not a hundreds of thousands of dollars a pop, so just wondering what the options are there. But anyway. Councillor Joyce.
I'm aware that the stage this project's at hasn't actually, the prices are not finalised. So is this kind of project, does it go to tender? Because, you've got quite a big contingency in there, and I understand, contingencies are good things, but I'd like to know how close or not we might get to this once it goes to tender.
Yeah, so this is typically a project that would go out to tender. I think that what you're seeing in a project like this is what you would have seen for a few of the projects that we've spoken about in the infrastructure space, and you're seeing a deviation in price as you get closer and closer to price certainty. So you only really get real price certainty once you've tested the market. This is about as close as you're going to get to price certainty without having tested the market. But you still need to factor in a contingency factor for whatever happens when you go out into the market. Usually, as you get better price certainty and better confidence in your pricing, you would hope that that price goes down. But for all intents and purposes, it tends to go up.
Callum?
Just add that this is a relatively high risk project, and as much as we're effectively working within the coastal marine area, the subgrade is marine silts, and there's quite a bit of risk involved with working in those conditions. So in that context, a higher contingency would be appropriate.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Beach.
Yeah, just since we're talking about money, and I'll start with a statement, but I will end with a question. My statement starts way back 12 years ago when this deal was done with Regional Council at $80,000 for the complete project, 40-40 split, providing they could put a fish-friendly gate in it. Since then, things have changed. They have identified that this is a stormwater culvert, not a fish-friendly culvert. They were more than happy to leave the fish-friendly gates on the existing culvert, which is staying there, but the new culvert going in would be just strictly stormwater with probably just a flat on it. So my question is, have you had the consultation with Regional Council? Because I know the fish-friendly gate is not part of the option for them. Yeah.
Well, we have a resource consent from Regional Council, so basically design provides what we need to meet the resource consent that we got from Regional Council. If we wanted to vary the design, we would need to go back and consult with Regional Council around having a variation to the consent. So it's that. So I mean, it's not impossible, but it would require quite a bit of consultation with Regional Council.
I would just ask a fundamental question because there seems to be quite a lot of favourability to do this. Will this solve the problem? Will this solve the flooding problem?
I don't. So I mean, I'm not a stormwater engineer, but I don't believe that actually meets our requirements in terms of what we need to do. To meet the stormwater capacity which is specified in our development code. So my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the only way we can meet our requirements with respect to stormwater capacity is by removing the culverts and building a bridge to basically give you much more capacity than what is available with one culvert or two culverts.
Okay, because if we're going to spend $500,000 and it doesn't actually achieve what we want to achieve, it's not great.
I mean, it will make things better, but in terms of will it meet our own requirements for new stormwater assets, then I don't believe it will.
Okay. Councillor Joyce.
I mean, I don't think I know the answer to this, but a bridge would be another quantum of cost, presumably. A bridge would be a whole lot more cost, presumably.
Councillor Daly.
Callum, in light of your last comment, this culvert is being built with backflow flaps, isn't it? Backflow prevention.
Yeah, pipe flow prevention is flat bows.
And would a bridge have backflow prevention?
No, it's unlikely.
Yeah. So we know that it is a low-lying part of Makatu, and Shane's already talked about the 20% increase of flow because of the Kaituna diversion, and we know that the estuary is higher than it used to be because of that. So I think part of the function of this culvert upgrade is to prevent backflow, which would contribute to flooding in that area. So from that point of view, from my point of view, that's a given that we need this culvert with the.
The easiest way to reduce backflow is not to put in a second culvert.
What was that?
The easiest way to reduce backflow is not to put in a second culvert, because then you're essentially restricting the amount of flow that can come in from the seaside. By the size of the existing culvert becomes the restricting factor in that case.
Are you suggesting a more expensive option?
Councillor Densdale.
Thank you, Callum. So when the report was written, basically, why was there not an option 4? I understand that we have, option 2 and 3, but why was there not an option 4 to approve a budget of $415,000 for the upgrade? One is because, as Councillor Beach has already talked to, the marae in that instance, with that flooding, it created a hui, a rather big hui, with the hapu of Ngāti Whakaue and ongoing conversations about actually relocating the marae because of that flooding issue. If the flooding issue was caused from the culvert, then like Councillor Beach, I support that the culvert be done immediately. There have been a range of issues that have happened down Makatu, and it's really kind of embarrassing when you actually drive in there and everything's not functioning, and we're there to have celebrations, right? We held the Anzac Parade there. Thank goodness it was dark, because when you came back out in the light, there was all this wash all over the road. And at that time of the morning, when we were all late and there was a lot of movement, it actually created a hazard. My families were involved in that flooding that Councillor Beach helped to sort. They're also really low in that lowland around that culvert. So I support that we don't wait. Yeah, and I really would have preferred an option 4 where we approve a budget for 415,000. Thank you.
Councillor Dinsdale, just to come in there. So option 2, if council votes for option 2, that is the full amount of money to replace that culvert.
Right, I think we're into the questions. Did you have a question?
I'm just looking at paragraph 4 of the IOP. The aim of the Spencer Avenue West Otumakoro Stream Culvert Upgrade Project is to improve the ecological function. Well, that's not the priority. We don't want to damage the fish. It's not about what it's about. And hydraulic performance of the stream where it passes under Makatu Road. So is this project did it originate with engineers as a solution, or did it originate with politicians? Because the way I read this report, that the engineers were working on it lost the funding. So because I'm completely confused about whether we think this will work or not. And I think we need absolute clarity that we don't make things worse. We've got to fix this. So can we just get an idea of what was the germination of this and what's the engineering input into it?
So this is a community driven project. It's not a project that's come from our activity management plan or any of the processes that we use to identify where improvements should be undertaken. This, as far as we are concerned, we were simply delivering a project on behalf of the community board. From the discussions I've had with regional council and had with other staff, a few years ago, my understanding is that it was always accepted that this culvert would never provide a capacity consistent with what we specify in our development code. And again, I'm not a stormwater engineer, so please don't ask me to elaborate, but that because it was a project that was desired by the community, that we would progress it to a stage where it could go to construction. So that's basically the history of the project, and that's why it's not gone through the same sort of processes that we would normally take our projects.
So how do we get an engineering review just to make sure we're making things better and not worse? You know, what I'd like to do, the suggestion is approve the funding, but subject to a proper engineering review. And it may need to come back to us and say, well, actually, guys, you're going to have to borrow some money and build a bridge. But this is the main road into Makatu, and we just got to get it right.
Well, I would remind you, it's got a resource consent from the regional council, and they wouldn't have granted the resource consent if they thought it was going to make the situation worse. So although it was a community-driven project that we've basically picked up and taken as far as we can, it has gone through a review process at the regional council, who are the experts in this type of thing, and they have granted a resource consent on the basis that presumably they believe that it's not going to make things worse.
Have our stormwater engineers and council looked at this?
Thanks, Councillor Joyce. I mean, that was what I was about to ask is maybe Coralie or one of your colleagues, are you able to provide us with some clarity about the performance or likely performance of this upgrade? You know, how will it improve stormwater, the stormwater situation? I don't think it'll make it worse, but I mean, if you're spending $500,000, I'd like to have some surety that will make things significantly better. It may not be perfect in a 1 in 1,000-year flood, but it might, hopefully it prevents a significant amount of flooding.
I haven't looked at it extensively, and we haven't done any kind of assessments on the actual impacts of upgrading the culvert and what that will do to flooding. The low area is low lying. You have high tides, coastal. The culvert, as I believe, goes out to the ocean. So I don't know if it will, by upgrading the culvert, and this is a little bit on the fly, but if it's going to have any substantial improvements to the wider stormwater area, we'd have to look at that a little bit more closely. It would need to happen alongside other works as well.
At this point, I'd be tempted to either put it on hold and at least maybe at the end of this meeting, if you can find that information quickly, or we can do it in the next few weeks. But it's trying to approve something we don't know it's even going to work seems much as I'd like to support it.
So, Your Worship, I think that is the recommendation, the substantive recommendation of this IOP is that we defer to the long-term plan. And we then have enough time to do work with the stormwater engineers as well as fund this amongst all the other work that you have to fund.
Councillor Elvin.
I'm just a bit confused. What I'm hearing is, if we were doing this job, we would do it to a different standard. But when somebody else is asking us to do this job, we're doing it to a lesser standard. And if I'm asking, if we're doing this job, am I to assume that depending on who's asking us, we will reduce the standard? Or is it customary for us to overspec, in which case we should be considering how we spec to reduce our overall costs? So I'd like to trust the staff. It's my starting point. But this confusion is really irritating. If we get a price on a job, it should be spec to the standard that is acceptable to us, not some secondary standard. Now, I'm really not prepared to sit here and have this bounce off to the LTP plan. I'd rather we just say, get on and do the job. And if it costs a bit more, tough. And next time we get the job costed properly because we've had time.
So, Councillor,
just the question answer first thing, yeah.
Right. So to summarize the position, I'll answer your question and then summarize the position. To answer your question, This is a community-driven project. As Callum indicated, this is not a project that came up through our asset management plans as something that.
Point of order, point of order. Everything we do is a community project. It's my very point. Everything we do is a community project. We are here to serve the community.
I think perhaps I'll add that there are numerous examples where an idea is suggested by the community and transportation team or waters team say, no, thanks for the idea, but it won't fly, it doesn't work, not up to appropriate standards or best practice or whatever it is. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to if we're saying that this is it's come from the community, it may or may not work, but we'll fly with it just for now. Then I don't know why we've gone and actually gone all the way to getting a resource consent, which is normally a huge and expensive step. When if ideas don't work, they're normally killed from day one, or very earlier in the piece.
We cannot answer as to why this project has made it to this point and why it is here. What we can say is that the project originated with the community. Within staff, it was agreed to progress the project. We cannot answer as to why it was agreed to progress the project. The project has gotten to this point. The costs have ballooned, and we are bringing it back to you now because we've inherited a project that needs to be delivered because previous decisions have been made that this project should be delivered, but the funding that was allocated to it is not enough to be able to deliver the project. That is fundamentally the situation that we find ourselves in.
So a solution which Councillor Joyce has suggested and has some merit is that we could resolve to progress this now, but subject to confirmation that it will actually work to some sort of satisfactory level. But the question then is, are we then rating for, we end up rating for a project that doesn't exist. So please.
All bit and fall, but we need to fix this. So we're going to need some funding to fix it. We can't, we do need an engineering review to make sure the dam will work, but we do need to fix this. Now, whether it turns out to be a $5 million bridge or a $500,000 culvert, we can't keep flooding houses in Makatu like this.
So maybe, and to take Brad's earlier suggestions, perhaps we approve it subject to a business case of appropriate size. It may not be a complicated one, but that's maybe the decision document that we're missing here.
Yep, we can do a light business case that supports whether this project should proceed or not.
We need to also have alternatives on what, if this doesn't work, what will work, because it needs to be fixed, right? The problem needs to be fixed. So the question is not, should this project go ahead? The question is, how can we fix this problem for Makatu?
Correct. So, councillors, this is where a business case would help you significantly to make this decision. A business case would look at what would fix the problem. So we would define the problem, and if the problem is defined as houses flooding, and that's the problem that we're trying to resolve, we'll then look at the different options available to try and fix that problem. And this could get you a partial solution to your problem, and it might be a preference to you because the full solution to the problem might be too expensive for you to handle, but a business case like will be able to provide you with that information.
A few people. Councillor Daly.
Look,
Can I go to Callum first? You've got to.
So I just need to make you aware that it's quite possible that there's no solution to this problem because it's a low-lying area which is subject to tidal rise, and then if you get high tide, then the water has to go somewhere. And if the water can't go out to the sea, then there's no way for it to go. So common to the issues that we're seeing all around the country in coastal areas, that it's quite possible that there's no possible solution to this problem. And what this does, this project is a compromise which basically makes things better, but doesn't go to solving the whole problem.
Thank you. I think we've gone around quite a long time with this. I've got a number of questions here, but I'm minded to suggest option 2 with subject to business case or words along those lines. Does anyone disagree, or do you want to have further discussion on this?
I wanted to ask point out a couple of things from the paper. Now we know the design basically doubles the capacity of this culvert by installing a parallel culvert pipe at 850 diameter next to a 900 millimeter diameter pipe. So it is effectively doubling the current capacity. It's okay, well, a minor difference, but
Okay,
effectively.
Karen-
No, let me finish, please.
Yeah.
Now the other point 6, investigation and design of the culvert improvements began in October 2022. However, the project was placed on hold in October 2023 when the One Network maintenance contract ended. So we know that Westlink or WSP were actually designing the original thing. And we know that there was some negotiation to terminate that contract in terms of holding design. So did we get the designs that WSP had progressed to that point? Because I can't imagine WSP would design a culvert that wasn't effective or didn't meet the parameters that were asked of it. So, and also point 7, the project was originally funded as a low cost, low risk improvement. However, in September 2024, NZTA advised council that none of its improvement projects qualified for that. So hence the increase in cost. So I don't know, at some point, whether Callum's correct or not in that, and I sort of agree with him, to be honest, that this may not reduce the risk of flooding, but I've stood beside that culvert. I've taken photos with Brett Waterhouse. That was the first thing when he got on the community board. Come for a tour around Makatu. I'll show you all our issues. That was the first place he took me. So I really, I'm supportive of if you want to do a business case, but I think at some point you've got to bite the bullet and either do it or not do it. And if it is a number one issue, and my final question was, if there was a question before that, why doesn't this tick the box of growing authentic Te Tiriti relationships after hearing from Darlene and others about the effect on the marae and the community in Makatu?
I guess we never ticked the box because they weren't directly involved in the design process, although I understand that they were consulted. I just want to reiterate that this is not one of our projects. This is a Makatu Community Board project. We've been asked to develop it, and that's what we've done. We've never ever said that this is going to solve any problem, and we've never ever said that this is going to be in accordance with our own requirements.
Okay, I think we better move around the table. Councillor Sol, then Councillor Elvin.
Rightio, my God. A project that's been 12 years, and this is part of the debate. There is a question, sir, but how the heck we can arrive at this point just totally loses me. I don't care whether it was a project from the community or whether it was council driven. The fact is, in fact, it was driven by community. It needs to be looked at. So I just find this contempt show into this project just not helping. And I just want to know, sir, I will get into the debate later, wherever it goes. I just want to know how a project that starts off 12 years ago at 80 grand grows out to topsy like this, and how it can be actually left. And I know I'm not going to get that answer today, but it is my question. And it's a question I ask of staff and consecutive councils, how this can happen.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Elvin, and then we'll move to debate.
I don't want to get into the continued discussion about whose project it is, because I'm pretty clear, and in my mind it's ours. What I am interested in is you've had a consideration that this is not to the spec we would deliver at. So you've made an assessment of what the spec should be. Given the skill set that's sitting up at the table, do you have some informed consent about what potential increase of cost it might be to get to a level of spec that's acceptable? Given that we have to actually go and get it properly done, but you must have some view, if it's not the spec, you know what needs to be done and what an assessment of that cost might be, so that we can make some informed decision here.
It would be in the order of millions. Yeah. I can't give you
So as a follow-up, we're better off considering evacuating Makatu.
Okay, I'd like to move to debate. I guess the before we do that, I think the key question is, if we go with option 2, subject to a business case, for example, that may end up looking exactly like do not approve and defer to the LTP, which, you know, will upset, you know, some people. So the question is, if we make it subject to a business case, how does that fit into our annual plan, planning and spending? So, because I don't want to rate for something and it'll be, you know, 1/3% on rate, so significant, and then end up, well, we didn't decide not to do it in the end anyway, and we've rated for something that doesn't exist.
Your worship, if you were to make that decision and say that you're deferring it until the business case, the likelihood is that that business case would only come in the new financial year. So you're making a decision to make this decision around funding this post-annual plan adoption.
Yeah.
Sir, with all due
Councillor Ray.
respect, I would really like to just move option 2 as it stands with no amendment or anything. And I would just like for this council to get on with the job and finally get this done for Makitu.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Beach. Speakers. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, look.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to speak first, Laura, since you moved it? Sorry, please go ahead, Laura.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, I really cannot wait to see this actually happen in Makitu. It's been a long time coming. I was a member of the Makitu Community Board when we were deeply distressed and when the cost blew out and everything changed. And we just thought, hey, this is our #1 priority that the community keeps telling us about. So we needed to do something in order to fund that. So I'm quite proud to say that this council here as it stands today is actually willing to look at it and to do something. So I'm just happy to hear any debate that anybody's got to share on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Beach, you want to speak?
Yeah, look, I'm certainly happy to support this. I'm super surprised that there's no modelling being done with all the infrastructure that's been put into this drain, yet you haven't looked at where it goes. That does surprise me. I too, along with Councillor Ray, that we need to do something. After 12 years, we're sitting around here just about to push it down the road. So I'm not 100% in favour of business cases. I just want to see the job done. I fully understand where my partner Rodney's coming from. If it doesn't meet the requirements, yeah, maybe we should be doing something a little bit more better than what we've got. But at the moment, we need something better than nothing. So to kick this down the can is not a go with us. We need it, and we need it now.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. I'm actually going to move an amendment to add subject to a satisfactory business case to option 2. So we'll seek a seconder for that amendment, Councillor Joyce. And just in speaking to that, I think this is a measure of prudence to make sure that when we're spending that amount of money, it's a significant amount of money, particularly if you add on the Makitu Community Board money, it's over $500,000, that what we're doing is actually effective. I don't really want to delay the project much more, but I do want to make sure it's effective. So hopefully if we do it this way, then it doesn't delay it, but it does give us confidence that what we choose to do is effective. So that's my move, and it's seconded by Councillor Joyce. Please do.
So it was suggested that with that amendment similar to option 1, I don't agree that it is. We are committing money. We are putting money in. We have to fix this, right? We don't have a choice. It's not fair on our good residents in Makitu that this problem keeps going. Having said that, we need to make sure it works. If it doesn't work, then we've spent $500,000 and we still have the same problem. So the beauty of what we've got now, if we move this amendment, is that the money is committed. So we've got some money into it. We may need to put more into it later, but at least we've committed some money to it up front. The business case will tell us whether it will work. I would hate to put this culvert in and find, for example, that it's actually worse. And what I find distressing about the reports that we've read is that there hasn't really been that engineering rigor around whether this will work. And we need that rigor. So if we're going to look after the people of Makatu, and this must be fixed, I keep repeating myself, but it has to be fixed, then they deserve something that actually works. So the beauty of option 2 with the amendment is that the money, some money is committed. It may not end up being enough, but at least we've committed something up front now, which option 1 does not do. And then the business case will allow us to look at it from an engineering bent and make sure it does what we want it to do. So, yeah, I think that's, to me, that's a reasonable compromise.
Callum?
We just need to clarify what it is you expect it to do, because if it's to stop flooding in Makatu, then it's highly unlikely it's not going to do that.
So from my perspective, I'd like to understand the degree to which it reduces flooding on X number of houses. There will always be cases where the flood is so huge that it'll still flood. We're not trying to prevent a 1,000-year flood, right? But if it improves, if it prevents 10 or 20 houses being flooded in a 10-year event, then that's a win for me, and that was something good to do. So a number along those lines that perhaps tied into our level of service about preventing flooding, and then it's our judgment as to whether that's a worthwhile improvement.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Am I permitted to ask a question of the amendment?
Yeah, go on then.
Okay, thank you. Look, we've talked about a business case. So there are business cases and there are business cases. So now we're talking about, are we going to solve the flooding problem? So that's a specialist consultant's report, as well as a business case report, which is probably going to be done by a different person, a transportation staff member, perhaps, I don't know. But can you give us an indicative cost of a business case to produce the results that we're looking for here?
Business case will be done internally by staff. The specialist report, we will first source from regional council to understand what sort of work they've done from a modeling perspective, and that may satisfy our needs. So the initial gut feel is that this shouldn't cost us anything, because they should have done some modeling that they would be able to provide us, and we'll do the business case ourselves.
I have a feeling the answer's there somewhere already done, but who knows?
So for them to approve this resource consent and this design, then you would expect it's backed up by some science. So it's a pity that wasn't in this report, I guess. But if it's not going to cost too much, then, and it's not going to take too long, then I guess I would have to support this amendment.
Question and debate in the same go. Nice one. And any other speakers? Councillor Elvin.
Guys, I'm starting to feel like a solid rubber oval ball being bounced around in a hexagonal container from the stuff I'm hearing. And I'm profoundly irritated by it. Yeah. I find myself having to say I will vote against both the amendment and the original resolution, because I simply don't trust the original numbers. I do not want to be part of a resolution which says we approve a budget of 368,000 and we do a business case and it comes back at $1 million or $2 million that makes us look like a bunch of idiots. And part of that is because of this nonsense about whose project it is. It's our project. I don't care where it came from. When we do it to our standards. If we don't do it. So I really want to support this going ahead, but it feels like Henry Ford. You can have any color so long as it's black. You can do whatever you like so long as it's where we steer you. I'm finding I've got no choice to vote against it and go for option 1 and to get the accurate information, because I don't want to come back here with a $2 million project when we've we don't approve anything with option 1. We go and defer it to the long-term plan in which we can get the proper information. There's no budget on the option 1. It's just go and can do it in the long-term plan and get staff to do the job properly, not approve a budget of 368,000, then get some engineering, which is it's 3 million. It's a nonsensical decision.
Okay.
That's just. You
Okay,
can have yours, Rodney.
Thank you, councillor Alvin. Councillor Ray, do you want to speak to the
I
amendment?
wanted to ask a question, Chair, of the mover and seconder of the amendment.
Sure.
So we're wanting to do a business case for $300,000 expenditure. We didn't even do a business case for a $97 million wastewater treatment plant.
Yes, we did.
Oh, I didn't see extensive.
Okay, well, let's not bring one out. The amendment is as it is. Did you want to speak to it? Councillor Ray, you don't have to, but no, okay. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Beach?
Look, I'm happy to accept the amendment to the option, providing A, it doesn't cost a lot, and B, it's done super quickly. Those would be the two reasons I would allow that amendment to go through.
Okay, we've heard it's not going to cost anything, and I don't want to give staff a time limit, but I think they get the picture. Councillor Sol.
I wasn't going to speak to the amendment, but blow it. This is starting to really bug the hell out of me too. And I think it's happening around this table, and it's indicative of what's been happening here over the years. I look at this plan, and this plan was started, this plot date here is 20th of the 10th, 23. You know, there we go again. We're now looking at this situation and extending it further. I agree that I would like to see it work well, but we aren't going to, even from staff, we're now being told quite clearly, which is obvious as hell, that we will not stop flooding. We can probably reduce a number of the events, but what we can do is probably make that road more passable for a heck of a lot more times of the year and for a lot longer, and save a lot of those people a lot of trouble. A bridge, if that was what somebody thought would fix the job, unless it has the ability to stop the flow back, it's not going to fix the problem. In fact, it will make it worse than what it is now. That is the fact, because it won't have the backflow stops. So, you know, to me, we're just mucking around. I personally don't really want to vote for the amendment, sir, because I think we need to start getting on with it. I am concerned that, in your words, you're not prepared to put a time limit on staff. If I was to go with this, I want to see a result, and I want to see a result in a reasonable time. And by reasonable, I mean quite soon. So that would be measured certainly in less than 6 months, and probably closer to 3 to 4. Otherwise, I would have to say I can't support this. We're mucking around, we're going around the place. The fact is, I struggle to understand how putting in this won't improve the situation, because I believe it will improve it. It will not take care of everything. It does cost a lot of money, and we just need to start getting on with doing something, unless there's an absolute undertaking. Because let's face it, even this thing about putting money into the long-term plan, hell, that was done 12 years ago. There was money in the long-term plan.
Okay.
Where have we gone? So, sir, that is where I sit with this one.
Councillor Salt, thank you. No, I know I didn't want to put staff on the spot on a time frame, but Brad, I invite you to suggest when it might be able to be a business case might be able to be done. If you can't, then so be it. But
just as just I understand what I'm being invited into, Your Worship, is this debate or is...
No. Councillor Sol has sought clarity, and others have too, around. Well, they've expressed that they want the business case to be done as soon as possible. I didn't want to try and commit you that, you know, you do it by next Monday or something. But I'd like it's a fair question. Like, is this going to drag on all year, or is it going to be done in the next month or two, or what? Just order of magnitude, what kind of timeline?
we could probably commit to within the next 3 or 4 months to have something back to council.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other speakers to the amendments, please? I think you already.
Just briefly, I really want to support the Makatu Community Board. If Laura and Shane are in favour of this culvert project, and it seems I was at the community board meeting when Miriam allowed them to put a late submission into the annual plan on this particular topic. The fact that it's been approved for investigation and design in October 2022 under previous staff members, and through WSP, and no roadblocks were put in place at that stage, then, and the fact that we've got a design on the table, and the fact that we are effectively increasing the capacity by 94.4%, then I have to go along with this.
Thank you. So I think I don't see any more speakers to the amendment. So I'd like to put the amendment. It's been moved by me, seconded by Councillor Joyce, and is option 2 with the addition of subject to, I think you've got some exact wording.
Subject to a satisfactory business case being approved by council.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, there's no time there.
Well, that's what we just discussed. So I'm happy to. I'm happy to add that in if that helps you. So, Councillor Joyce, are you happy to do that? So, subject to satisfactory business case being completed within 4 months and approved by council. Sound good? Yep. Okay. So with that, I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, please.
Can we put hands in the air, please? Not around your waist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, gotcha. And those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Sorry.
4 against.
4 against, was it? Oh, you stand. So 3 against and abstentions? And 1 abstention.
Can we please repeat that?
Okay. Governance asked me to repeat that, so I can get the show of hands properly. So please raise your hands if you're in favour. Oh, please raise your hands. Okay. See the amendment. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We seem to be 6 now.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Great. Okay, so that's carried. So that is now the substantive motion. And so remaining speakers for or against the substantive motion, please. No. Councillor Joyce.
No.
Councillor Joyce, carry on.
I'll try to keep it short. I've just got the nudge that I talk too much. What a surprise. This needs to be done, but it needs to be done right. So, yeah, I contrast this with the amount of work that's gone into Waihi Beach. And it's correct that the amount of work has gone into Waihi Beach, but actually Makatu deserves some love as well. And if it be done, it needs to be done properly. So let's get it done. Let's get it done properly. But it is the main road into Makatu. I know I keep saying that. And let's get on with it as fast as we can in a way that actually helps.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Any other speakers? Councillor Elvin.
Look, the same reasons I have for objecting to the amendment are the same reasons I've got here. What I have heard is we are going to put a tunnel to Matakana. Our budget is going to be 368,000, yet we have no certainty that it's not going to be 30 million. And we've heard the comment about it going to be potentially millions. So I just reiterate it. If we have to come back here and say, oh, don't we look idiots, this is 10 million, that is the wrong approach. That is the wrong approach. My preference is it goes to annual, long-term plan, and at the long-term plan process, we get the job done properly by staff, and we say, this gets done now. And we don't look stupid about approving a budget which has no credibility to it, which is what I'm hearing from our management team.
Councillor Sol.
Okay, sir. I'm really pleased to hear that there's some progress here. That perhaps we might be able to look after the people that get flooded in Makatu. That the road, their main road in, gets some attention after 12 plus years. I question how we could even arrive at this after this time with it in our budgets, etc. I just cannot, well, I can believe it because it seems to be how we've operated here for some time. To me, sir, we have an opportunity to help some people not go underwater a lot of the time. We have the opportunity to help the road to maintain its integrity somewhere along the line as well. So to me, getting this done, and in this particular option, I gather that we are talking about using some local funding from the community board, if the shortfall is 200,000 basically. So skin in the game is there. They've been wanting to do it. I've just got to say, let's get something sorted and get something done. I just want to see it happen, sir. And I can't believe that we've allowed this to go so long or not being killed off because it will fix nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Matt.
Just a couple of comments here, councillors. The decision to successively kick this down the road from 2013 or whatever it was would have been made around this table, not by staff. So to be really clear on that, it's equally important. It would have been a trade-off with a rates increase, levels of service, what we need to achieve. So please just bear that in mind. It wasn't a staff decision to do this. This culvert is not about stopping houses flooded. It's about safety concerns around movement and transport in and out of Makatu during storm events, is my understanding of what it's actually for. What you're looking to do today seems to be a very pragmatic and sensible approach to provide some funding to do it, not to kick it down the road, but also to make sure that the team can come back and say, yes, this is the right option to do it. If for some reason it's not the right option and there's a further conversation or decision to be made around the table, that rates money that we're rating there can then be used to start to build up those reserves potentially. So I think this is probably the best of a challenging situation. I am just conscious we're talking about $368,000 on the circa $200 million budget, and we've spent the best part of an hour on this. Appreciate the importance of it, and we're dealing with people's safety, but conscious that we spent less time debating a $3.1 million impact to the roading reserve.
Thank you. Sir, I've got to say that I have been very clear. It's the people around this table the whole time as well.
Right. Councillor Cox here next.
Matt, you're absolutely right, and I couldn't agree with you more. I've just about lost my will to live. But what I do want to see is that Makatu gets this sorted out. So I just want to get on with it, which is why I didn't vote in favour of delaying it any further.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No, you haven't. They're gone.
Look, I'm not going to draw this out, but this is the number one issue in Te Puke. It's been stated, and Makatu, it's been stated several times. I mean, the amount of community board meetings I've been to where this is brought up by multiple members of either the community or the community board. And, you know, when Laura first came on to council, Councillor Ray, she said Makatu never gets anyone. No one listens to Makatu. So today we're listening.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Any other speakers? Councillor Dinsdale.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to speak to why I didn't vote for the amendment. Basically, we were given the option. I didn't support it because I actually want it done, like by the 1st of August, not a reporting back to council the 12th of September or something, not never. Because if we continue to push it out, this will be the second long-term plan. We're going into 20 years and actually all the roads in Makatu need resealing.
Thank you, Councillor Thank you, Councillor Dinsdale. Did you want to write a reply, Councillor Ray? Otherwise, I'll put the motion. No. Okay. So the substantive motion is approve. I'll read it out. The council, that's awkward, isn't it? That council approves a budget of 368,000 for the Spencer Avenue West O2 Makoro Stream Culvert Upgrade Project, subject to a satisfactory business case being completed within 4 months and being approved by council. Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. And I'll also just check with Deputy Mayor Murray Bench, who I believe is online, if she can indicate how she votes as well. Deputy Mayor there. Okay, if she's not, all those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Okay, so I declare that carried. Right. I'd like to get to the end of the annual plan discussions and then we'll break for a little bit of afternoon tea. So we're going to move on to what would be 4H, but that's the fuel impacts. We've covered that earlier on. So we're not going to do anything with that. That's would have been covered. So we'll then move to page 1153, which is the Water Services Project Realignment.
Carly's coming up, Your Worship, but as an introduction into this paper, there's zero rates impact as per the workshop. There's a few reorganizations that we're intending to do through the annual plan of our budgets, and this is just realigning our budgets in terms of what is actually deliverable and setting forth a work program that we think would set the CCO in good stead.
Okay, are there any questions for staff? No, in which case I'll look for a mover and seconder for option 1, please. Councillor Joyce, seconder. Councillor Ray. Let's speak to it. No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. Okay, moving on. We're now on page 1165. And this is the curbside pay-as-you-throw tag price increase. Any questions? No? Yep.
So when will this take effect? You know, people walking in the shop, when will they get the increase? 1st of July?
I believe so.
I just think we should go out and tell people to stock up, get a bit of money in the current financial year. I mean, seriously though, we should communicate the date that this will take effect, because people should be at least given the opportunity to purchase the old price.
It will be aligned to the fees and charges. So 1st of July is when it will take place.
I can speak to that if you like. Sorry,
Terry.
jumped ahead, so I didn't have time to run down to chambers. I've been sitting here waiting, sorry, but yeah, the effect will come in from 1 July. Retailers like the large supermarket chains actually need a 90-day lead-in. So we have warned them that potentially this will be happening so that we don't have to wait 90 days after 1 July, but in effect, it will come in on 1 July with the fees and charges.
Councillor Elvin.
Just a question, Kerry. If the supermarkets run out of tags in that time, do we just not send it to them saying this is the new increased price? I mean, God, I'm not going to be held to ransom by the supermarkets again that need 90 days. Even we're quicker than that.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty annoying, the 90-day things with the supermarket. No, we won't tell them we've got no tags because that causes me a whole lot of grief, to be honest. So, yeah, no, we definitely give them the tags.
Okay, so pretty straightforward this one. So I'm looking for a mover and seconder for this one. Councillor Elvin, I think Councillor Joyce, did you indicate previously? Any speakers? Councillor Ray.
I won't be supporting this motion. I don't believe in increasing the pay-as-you-go tax. I think that we actually probably need to go out to the community with looking at some sort of other alternative to the tag, as much as I actually love the tag. But I have heard it numerous times. People don't like it and they definitely don't want to see it go up. And I just wanted to say too that the price is the recommended retail price. Like, I don't know about anyone here, but I've paid over $7 for a tag before, and I questioned it as to whether or not I was actually being ripped off. But it came back from staff stating that it's the recommended retail price. So therefore, the only true place to get it for the price up there will be at our library and service centres. But that disadvantages people in Maketu or in Pukahina, because on rubbish day on Friday, and it's 7 a.m. and you got to have your bin out on the curb, you're not able to get to the library in town. So that's one of the reasons why I don't support an increase. I don't care if it's 40 cents.
Councillor Joyce.
A couple of points to pick up there. One is, by law, we can't set a maximum price. You know, MRP went out in the 1970s, so we unfortunately can't. I am also guilty of going out at 7 o'clock, in my case on a Tuesday morning, to get tags. So I guess I have to just plan ahead better. It is disappointing if some retailers are ripping people off, but unfortunately that's their prerogative and we can't stop it, a bit like the 90-day thing. I'm not in favour of subsidising rubbish collection from rates. We should be encouraging people to recycle, and that's the program that was put in. In fact, when this started, this program 4 years, 5 years ago, we put rubbish collection companies out of business because our price was so low. And there's actually rubbish companies that had real difficulties. One certainly went into receivership. So the price has been artificially low. If we really want to change the mindset, then we need to get people to learn to use the recycling bins properly.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Not keen to prolong this too much, so unless there's anyone else who wants to speak, I'm going to, sorry, Councillor Elvin, go ahead.
Just ancillary, though, Brad, we've been talking about alternative sources of revenue, and I am just suggesting that perhaps if we could sell tickets to Councillor Joyce going out to buy a tag at 7 o'clock in the morning, may generate considerable revenue considering how he's dressed.
Only if we can sell
So,
tickets
noting we've still
to
got a long
Councillor
week-
Elvin.
Councillors, we've still got a long meet ahead of us, so I think let's keep it tight, shall we? So I'm going to put the motion for option 1. It's been moved by Councillor Elvin, seconded by Councillor Joyce. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried.
Aye.
Division, so that's, or do you want your vote recorded? Maybe your vote recorded. Deputy Mayor, are you able to record your vote?
Yes, I'm recording in favour. Thank you, James.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Next item is another tabled item, and this is the stormwater pond at Highfields, or however you want to call it.
So this is the IOP that you've seen before, and including an additional option, which you'll find in the tabled items in Stella. There's an updated IOP in there, and the updated option is the option that was requested by councillors, which indicates that council would endorse the inclusion of grass carp, but not allocate any funding towards it. So the intention of this option was that those who are interested would be able to fund this and access funding from elsewhere to be able to put the grass carp in.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
So that new option 5, would that include council supporting or potentially even being the lead agency to dock for the permit? Because the original request from the group was that council would do the application because it was to dock, because it needed to come from an official body. So, you know, there'll be a bit of officer time involved in doing that.
Yeah,
but
we
it
can
doesn't
assist.
clear.
Yeah, we can assist with that.
So we would, that option 5 includes council spending a little bit of time getting that application in. I'm happy to move that one.
I think I appreciate option 5 came through, and it came through quite late. We gave direction before. It doesn't quite do it for me. Have you got it on the screen, or was that next slide? Because we haven't addressed the issue with the jetty. So what I'm fundamentally seeking is that we endorse it for the grass carp and endorse the construction of a jetty, but the funding of that or the construction of those is entirely at the yacht club prerogative. But I'm conscious that there may be other consents required, either from DOC or if you're building a jetty from council, there may be other consents. So I like to accommodate those, but we're endorsing or giving permission subject to other consents.
Just so I can get clarity here, Your Worship, by endorsing the jetty, you're mentioning endorsing the jetty, which I understand, but in terms of consents, are you asking officers to help them with consents if they need consents to build a jetty?
I think it's support. In principle, we're happy to say jetty and that happy they fund and build it, whatever, but I don't want to give the impression that we're signing off the design today, because that's probably a council issue that needs some thought.
So we could potentially provide endorsement as landowner for them to do a jetty, but all consents and requirements would still be up to them to attain.
Exactly. And I'd prefer staff to be, take a helpful approach rather than, a preventative approach. But yeah, Councillor Joyce.
Where'd the idea of the jetty come from? Because it's not come up in any of the community board discussions. It hasn't come up as far as I know from any of the grass carp people.
So the jetty has been discussed with the Model Boat Club. It has twofold kind of outcomes. One, safe access to the pond for the fish, and safe access to the pond for the model boat guys to put the boats in.
You know, there's obviously somewhere that, I don't know what you call it, that we're across the thing that they're already launching from, right?
That's correct, but it's not very stable. It's all gravel. There's risk of people slipping in. So what they're currently using to access the pond is a bund for the forebay of the stormwater pond. It's not constructed for what it's been used for.
I will also indicate, councillors, that just because you endorse something doesn't necessarily mean they need to take it up and do it. If they feel like they don't want to or can't afford to, or they don't see a need for it, they can choose not to do it.
Exactly. I'm just a stellar issue here. Councillor Sol.
So I just, because we're still at the question part, and yeah, I have the same issue as to about the jetty, etc. I'm just not sure why we would even go there, and it just still does concern me that, as has been mentioned or asked by Councillor Joyce, is the assistance for these people, because I've done a bit of research into this carp issue, and it's likely to cost them about $2,000, maybe even more, to make an application to have the carp there. And I think it is still our facility, and we gain from it, I also don't want to see this be another thing that drags on, which it has done for years, not tending to the weed issue. And when I dug into it, I mean, the budget for the fish, if it hits $6,500, we've been screwed. So the fish alone should only cost us about $1,500. If it's $2,000 for the application,
I didn't hear.
come on, let's just get this rolling. So being clear, I'm just asking, sir, that we be clear that this will be able to proceed with the fish as promptly as we can, without worrying about the jetty. Can we be absolutely clear of that?
So option 5 leaves that completely within their realm of control, councillor.
okay. So just give a heads up. I'm happy to move it when time comes, but what I've got down is a new option 5, or call it option 6 if you like, but the council endorses RYC to introduce grass carp to Highfield Stormwater Pond, subject to any other approvals required. And 2, endorses a small jetty to be constructed by RYC, subject to any consents required. And 3, notes that if funding assistance is required, this may be referred to the Katikati Community Board and or the Community Matching Fund for a grant.
Sir, I'm happy to second that.
Correct the reference to Stormwater Pond at Highfield, because it doesn't have a name. You can't call it the Highfield Stormwater Pond.
Oh. Okay, Councillor Alvin.
Point of
Whatever,
order.
sir, I'm happy to second it.
When time comes, Deputy Mayor, thank you.
I think this, since I've just been trying to ask some questions and we've had about 40 people interrupt, I'd like to suggest we take a deep root and take a deep breath and come back paying some accord to our standing orders. Because this has just got right out of shape.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. I'm happy to keep it at questions until the time comes.
Thank you. That'll be a really good start because I have had my hand up for a while. But if I'm not next on the list, I'm prepared to wait behind whoever's next on the list to ask their question.
Did you have a question to ask?
Yes, I did. I had a couple. The first thing was, my understanding is that weed control in this pond was not an issue in terms of dealing with the effectiveness of the pond. And the second question is, I really don't like the idea of grass carp. Are they an invasive species? Because I listened to some talk about the fact that the regional council were having difficulty keeping track of runaway turtles in various places around. I do not want to be supporting the introduction of some external species that have got the opportunity to become an invasive species in our waterways. So I just want reassurances on 1, the weeds, and 2, the carp.
Okay, that has been thoroughly covered previously. It is a solution done elsewhere, but my understanding is that they need a doc consent anyway. So that side of things will be well and truly covered. I believe there's a sterile species in this situation. So,
okay, and the weeds.
So correct. The weeds don't impact the function of the stormwater pond as a stormwater pond.
Okay, other questions, please. Councillor Sol.
Okay, so the weeds don't affect that, but it does affect people trying to sail their remote control yachts, etc. Could it be also considered then, with this unsafe little peninsula going out there in weed, that it would also be a health and safety issue if some child fell into it and got stuck in the weed because it is that thick already? I just ask whether that's the case as well, a health and safety issue.
I think, Councillor, I wouldn't advise staff to answer that question simply because any asset could become a health and safety issue if someone is operating it in yeah.
Okay, any other questions? No, so in which case, I'm happy to move a new option 5. And Deputy Mayor has suggested.
Excuse me, sir, can we not include somewhere that which is part of what you actually sort of mentioned earlier about us assisting the people because it is just something, obviously, they still have to go through quite a process to even be allowed to do it.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. It's just the exact wording how you might do that, but happy to consider that. I think I've emailed the wording to Robin, so she should be able to have it. Councillor Alvin.
For one moment, there's an option 5 in the additional paper. Is that different to what you're proposing?
Option 5 goes somewhere to where we directed council staff to consider another option. Like, if you call mine option 6, it's fine as well. It doesn't quite go. It doesn't quite cover what I intended up there.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, that's it.
The suggested wording from the mayor and seconded by the deputy mayor is that Council 1 endorses RYC, the Yacht Club, to introduce grass carp to the stormwater pond at Highfields, subject to any other approvals required. And 2, endorses a small jetty to be constructed by RYC, subject to any consents required. And 3, notes that if funding assistance is required, this may be referred to the Katikati Community Board and or the Community Matching Fund for a grant.
Okay. And if Councillor Sol's suggestion, we could add point 4, that council staff assist
Will work with.
in the above processes. Sound good? Have you got that?
If my system is not frozen.
Okay, speakers. I'll kick us off then. So I think I've met with the yacht club enthusiasts down there and also the local residents. They clearly like this solution. They made it very clear they're happy to pay for it themselves at that point. And so I want to. This should be a community-led thing for low cost, and I don't think we need to fund it. So, but we should support it, and there may be other funding mechanisms either for the community board or matching fund, which would be appropriate. So I'm happy to move that new option. And it's seconded by Deputy Mayor Murray Benge. So
Yes.
any other speakers? No other speakers? Councillor Alvin.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak in support of this. I've been, as you know, concerned about making sure we keep our costs down, and I was mortified by the fact that we knocked a tap out for non-fluoride, which had considerable health benefits, and we were considering spending 65,000 on grass carp and a jetty for people who enjoy some recreational pursuits. So thank you, Mayor, for tidying that resolution up. I think that's a very elegant and politically appropriate decision for the operators at the pond.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. So I think with that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Almost there. So we now move to page 1178, and that is other matters.
Thanks, councillors. So councillors, just to let you know, these are this last paper that's probably standing between you and afternoon tea, is the submissions that we received from the consultation. You have viewed the responses that staff originally drafted. You've given us direction in terms of responses that you wanted amended. Those responses have all been amended appropriately in terms of what we are putting back to responders. This is an opportunity for you if you would like to further change those responses back to submitters. And there's also a few other minor implications in terms of costs with a few movements, the total of which is about $20,000.
So thank you for preparing these. There's quite a lot of them, and pretty well written. And thank you for adding those extra ones I think we'd missed after the workshop. But were there any other comments or additions required by councillors before we sign this off? Councillor Joyce.
I just wanted to speak to the fact we asked the rates question, and it came back pretty much through all the submissions. that people are extremely concerned about the level of rates. So I'm glad that we've made some changes today that will address that. I'd also note there are a couple of submissions saying, why aren't you doing the CCO adjustments this year? Well, to be honest, it's because the CCO starts next year. And we are and I would like to assure the public we are working on that. Staff are working on it very hard and the council's working on it. And yeah, appropriately that will be reflected in the long-term plan, which I think the first draft is due at the end of this year, right? Roughly. So, there's a belief amongst one or two people that we're not working on it at all, which is a nonsense. So this annual plan, we've still got to manage stormwater, we've still got to manage wastewater, we've still got to manage fresh water. So appropriately, they are still in the system. But wait for the long-term plan and be assured it is being worked on.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. So with, I think we have a mover and seconder for this. Do you have a question?
Yes, I'm just trying to flip through, and I thought I saw that there was a commentary in this response to the presentation we received with respect to Mountia Road, was it? Is that, have I just missed that, or is it in there? They came along.
It's in there, and I think it's scheduled. It's not in the current list to be sealed, but it will be in the next list, and I think about 28, 29.
Yeah, I thought I saw it in an original report, and then I maybe just missed it. It's not there, so that's covered off elsewhere.
No, yeah, so the way we've done it is so that no voice is left behind with the submitters. We've bulked them together, and we'll work with customer services to create SR so it's not missed, and communicate back with the submitters, and then work through options from there.
Thank you. So Councillor Daly.
I just really want to comment on, in general, well, the community board submissions, I think they deserve a considered response, and I've read these responses, and generally they're pretty good. But some of the issues have been boiling away a bit, like the Spencer Avenue culvert for many years, and the Commerce Lane toilet in Te Puke is just one example. But really, the one I want to highlight is the Te Puke Sports one, and their request for additional parking and some maybe rates relief on their pan charges, and also the service contract for maintaining the lawns. And they've been here before. They came to our last long-term plan with exactly the same concerns, and they felt that they were neglected or not followed up on. And I know there probably was some follow-up. There might have been a similar letter to this, but I really think we need to follow through on that particular one, because it says that we will make contact, we will look at their contract, we will consider the parking options that are available. They've sort of been dismissed a little bit, but I think we do need to maybe be a bit more diligent if we say we're going to follow up on something, that we actually do follow up in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Councillor Daly, and completely acknowledge your sentiment. We'll definitely take that on board. We'll try and reach out to them through the staff that's available. At the point of time when we're doing this, because we're so behind the 8 ball, we just wanted to ensure that none of them were lost. But because they've been acknowledged, it'll be in the decision stories. We'll make sure we reach out. Also, you did have a question with regards to Te Puke Sports, whether it was 13 or 17,000. So it's confirmed at 13,000 and not 17.
Thanks for that, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that. But yeah, just I do feel that sometimes these submitters, they do feel that they get forgotten, and that we do see many serial submitters come back time and time again, and some are legitimate and some are maybe not so something that we can fix or deal with, but there are some very legitimate ones, I think.
So I think that there's 4 main areas they've requested. All 4 of those have a follow-up, a specific follow-up, and I'm confident that our staff will do that. Councillor Coxhead.
Are we in question time still, or are we actually?
Yep. Yes.
Oh, okay. I just hadn't heard any questions.
Okay, that's a good point. I was trying to move to the debate side of things. So I'm looking for a mover for 4L. It's option 1 to accept. Well, it's on the screen there. If there's any changes you'd like, then now's the time. But I hope you had a chance before to look at it. But Councillor Song.
Being pedantic, maybe, sir. It's just the line there, Three Waters transition. we all understand it, but should that maybe not read to local orders done well or the new CCR? I'm just being, it is pedantic. I'm comfy with what it is. Whether it's meant that way.
Yes, is there a particular wording you'd want there instead? Well, local
I
order.
just bring it up in case we are doing something that we labeling something differently to where it's.
Okay, I'd suggest changing Three Waters to local water done well transition, if that's a suitable change. So can I have a mover and seconder for option one then, please?
Happy to move that, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think Councillor Elvin was seconding you.
Could I speak to it as well?
Please do.
As I'm feeling so miserable, I spent yesterday reading all the submissions, and I felt that the submissions, people have taken the time and we've responded well, but they want their lawns mowed. They want their city centres looking good, and they want the transition, the congestion removed off our roads. So Te Puke has got major challenges, and those ones we've got to work our way through. But the town centre one, whether we can have local contractors do the work, is something that I would like to see researched. And it may not be for this annual plan, but we could research it and see if we could do something constructive to meet the needs of the community. Because they're satisfied, well, they're not satisfied, they're determined that the quality of the work that they're receiving in Te Puke Main Street is not up to scratch. And I think the leaning on Te Puke, the Main Street, that intersection, median strip, seriously needs attention. And so those submitters have been really good. And I think for Te Puna, Amakara, their lawn mowing and the cycleways, those issues are to be resolved. And hopefully this annual plan will actually do that, because a lot of us will be absolutely livid if we don't achieve the quality of service that people think they're paying for. So, but I want to say, sir, that the submissions we received, I thought were really good. People had put a lot of thought into them, and it was good teamwork. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got another speaker from Councillor Coxhead, and I think Councillor Ray as well. Councillor Coxhead.
Without prolonging this too much longer, I did just want to acknowledge all the people that submitted on the annual plan, but also those that came along to the hearings, and everybody that came to the hearings actually had something important to say. I want to just single out a couple of them. Te Puke Edge and their discussion around Te Kāinga. I agree with them. I think it is not something that should happen. Cora, that was Wayne Lowry from the Kaimai, up in the Kaimais. They have been wanting a toilet at McLaren's Falls for some time. They also want their stolen security camera returned. So I think these are some of the simple things we could fix. And we do know where there's a toilet that might be unwanted.
Okay, can we keep this moving?
Yeah, I'm nearly there, and I'm actually probably the person who's spoken second to least today. So I'd like to finish without interruption. Thank you.
Carry on.
There's been issues raised about affordability with just about everybody who's submitted, and I'd like to thank John Clements and Waihi Beach Community Board for the efforts they put into addressing affordability. And also just to Councillor Daly's point about the toilet in Commercial Lane, that has kept coming up all the time. And I think it's time we started to look into this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Ray.
So I too would like to thank all of our submitters. I think also it's very important that our staff are following up directly with everybody who took the time out of their very busy lifestyles to submit to us. I think though that all the deferrals that we're having to make here, it's very important that elected members, when we're out in the public, that we're not giving some sort of false hope as to things can always be funded through something like an annual plan process, because I know for a fact I definitely don't do that when I'm out there, because annual plan is somewhat of your smaller ticketed item things. And I think that some of these things can just automatically be submitted to a long-term plan process rather than coming in twice, because that's when the public feels that they're not being listened to, that they're being deferred. And then when the opportune moment is there, they're not there because they're sick of waiting, or, you know, they're over it by then. So whilst I don't always like to defer anything, we cannot do everything all at once. We're under very constrained budgets, as is everybody. So happy to support this, and just again like to really thank everybody who takes the time to tell us what they would like to see for the area that they live in.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Elvin.
Just procedural motion. I think we've had 3 speakers in support. I'd like to just recommend that the chairman puts the motion to the vote so we can have a cup of tea.
Indeed. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor, it's been seconded by Councillor Elvin. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. There's one more recommendation on this matter, and that is recommendation 5, which notes a decision document will be prepared, etc., etc. So I'm happy to move that one. And is there a seconder for that, Councillor Elvin? I'll just add my thanks to everyone who's participated, the staff for getting all the work that's gone into this, the submitters, work putting submissions together, and councillors for reviewing everything and working as a team to get this over the line. So thank you very much for that. So if there's no further speakers, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Let's adjourn until 3:30.
Your worship, no. So your worship, after the adjournment, if councillors would like, Jonathan is working up a what this means for rates, and we'll put up a slide that shows you what the decisions you've made today mean for your rates impact.
Great. Okay, thank you. So we'll adjourn till 3:30, have a cup of tea, and then come back for the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Only another 4,000 pages to go.
Right, councillors, so
welcome back, councillors. We need to crack on. We're almost, well, we've done 6 hours, so we should need to resolve to go beyond 6 hours. Can I have a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Sol, Councillor Daly, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we are on, actually, we're going to go with the annual plan update, aren't we? So, Jonathan, Brad.
yeah, so Raj, Jonathan and myself have been here for quite a while. We think that you need to talk to other staff. So we're going to put up one slide and then leave you be. And the slide that we're going to be putting up is the decisions that you've made through the annual plan deliberations today, what that does for the rates impact, noting that you went out with 9.13 originally. This is what your rates impact looks like now based off the decisions that you have made. Jonathan can walk you through the ups and downs and the movements through the day.
So these numbers do
Including
include
growth.
Yeah. So as per the consultation, we started at that 9.13%. Just noting that the ups and downs still need to go through our budgeting software just to get those exact increases. And with us using reserves, there will be some interest ups and downs with that as well. So by shifting to a solid waste targeted rate of 0 and using reserves to fund that activity, we get the benefit or the reduction in the rate of 0.78%. Excuse me. The transportation of 3.1 million now funded through reserves gives us a 2.69 decrease. The removal of the fluoride-free tap for 65,000 decreases the increase, reduces the increase by 0.06. The additional funds approved for Tourism Bay of Plenty of 148,000 has an increase of 0.14%. The Spencer Ave culvert decision pending on the business case is a plus 0.32. And then the other matters, which is a $23,000 amount, is a 0.02 impact. So at this point, based on today's decisions, we've got an indicative rates increase of 6.10, including growth, which is approximately 1%.
So we're headline 5.1%. Okay, great. So I think.
And with that, we'll leave you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Brad. It's been a long day, but we've barely touched the start. So we're on page 1200 and we are on to the deliberations and adoption of fees and charges for the coming year.
Good afternoon. I'm subbing in for this report in Matt's absence. So this report relates to the fees and charges that aren't dogs or health, which come in the subsequent report, and respond to 3 submissions that were received through the consultation period. There's also a range of other, sorry, it's 1200. 1200. And there's a range of editorial changes set out in the recommendations of the report. I would note under recommendation 4G, there's a superfluous 1 and 2 that's not required. I'm not quite sure how that came in through the agenda process, so you can just ignore those there. Otherwise, take the report as read. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Daly, you had a question?
Oh, no, sorry, James. I was just wanting the page number.
Oh, 1200, yeah. Okay, so are there any questions on this one? No? So in which case we have 5 recommendations. Do I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Councillor Sol, Councillor Dinsdale. Did anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Joyce.
I thought we were going to have a discussion. There was concern expressed this morning about the increase in charges for ground rentals and reserves, which is included in here. I think it's page, I haven't got the agenda page, but I think it's page 34 of the table of charges. We've got quite an extensive range of charges, haven't we? I think 1252 or 1253. 1253 for ground rentals and perhaps 1252 for, yeah, 1253 I think it is. That relates to the matter we discussed this morning. And I'd like to move an amendment that they stay the same as previous on the basis that's the whole $6,000. These groups do wonderful work, and yeah, some of those increases, even though the first one since 2017 are quite a jump.
Okay, just a moment. So just so I'm not, just got in front of us, I'm not seeing these in the list of recommendations. Is that because it's kind of assumed, or what's, can you help there?
So the recommendations relate to the schedule that went out for consultation, plus the editorial changes that are set out in the resolutions, the recommendations, sorry. The matter raised earlier this morning is not covered in the current recommendations. So if you would like to add an additional recommendation to that effect, then that is your prerogative.
Okay, we have a, just in case, because we didn't know this might happen, there's a suggested wording that Robin can read out or show.
Sorry, can you just clarify exactly what we're talking about? Because I thought we did this under 10.4, or am I missing the boat here?
No, so there's the change in the policy, and then this is the fees and charges. So the policy was how and when we can adjust the charges, and this is whether we do adjust the charges.
So one of the changes this morning was to change it so that the fees and charges are set in this process, because one of the issues they had before is they can never change them because there was no process to change them. So this morning we agreed to a process, but the difference in cost is a whole $6,000. So that's what
Okay, okay. Let's not get into debate just yet. So if we can, let's get a bit small, but.
Could I have another question on this one, please?
Just a moment. Okay, I'll read out. So, so 4K, so a new item K is retention of the current fees for the ground rentals for sport and recreation club buildings on council land at the following rates. And that then there's a mini table of the current rent rates, which is a admin fee of $250, the exclusive ground rental for buildings at 80 cents a square meter, and exclusive land rental at 10 cents a square meter, and the inclusion of a new admin fee for commercial activity at the rate of $550. So, Councillor Joyce, I assume you're comfortable with that last bit, because that is an addition.
So the wording in the current table is for commercial, as agreed with leasee case by case basis. I'm not quite sure.
So there are some specific examples that have come up where we've been, we haven't been able to approve them. I don't know if Alison can talk to more about this one, but there's been like doing a physio in a tennis club, that kind of thing.
I would leave that last part as it is in the table for the commercial, because that gives more flexibility, and just go with the previous 4 lines of charges is what I'd suggest. So if you, unfortunately it's gone off the screen, but the last line is the 550, but as you say, that's very inflexible. And for commercial, if someone's to set up a physio and they're only going to have to be charged $550 for a whole year, that's not hardly fair competition for someone who's not in the council.
Well, I think staff here, but we probably do need to have a differential thing, whether it's a commercial activity or whether it's the volunteers.
Leave that part as it is in the table, deal with the previous 4 lines. Because there's 5 lines on that, what was on the screen.
Sounds like fly tipping.
Yeah, just to be clear, the 3 lines that were on the screen were intended to replace those 3 lines at the bottom of the table. Apologies, I could have put the whole table in there, but I just put the changed amounts.
Yeah, it's the bit at the moment, the inclusion of a new administration fee. I don't know how that relates to the rest, because in the table on page 1253, it says commercial as agreed with leasee, case by case basis. So is that in addition to that, or is that in replaces that? I just don't know how those 2 lines relate to each other. Sorry.
No, that's for the rental. That's the admin charge.
Right, that is not in our table. Oh, is it? Hang on. Oh, no, commercial activity. Sorry, it's the second line. Yes, it is. No, I'm fine with that. That's fine. It's just the different layout confused me. Yeah, it is there. Sorry. So yes, I'm fine with that. Is what I'm moving. I don't know if my seconder is happy.
Okay, just a moment. So just checking that staff are comfortable with, well, you provided it, but is that, yeah. Okay, so it's.
Can I just ask where this is in the fees and charges? Is it in the fees and charges
Yeah,
or not?
so page
12.
1,253 towards the top or halfway down.
Ground rentals for sport and recreation club buildings.
That's correct. So if you see there, we've suggested $1.05 a square metre and 15 cents a square metre for the buildings and land respectively. Councillor Joyce is going to move that keep it at 80 cents and 10 cents. And the admin fee the same as well. However, the commercial admin fee will remain in there as is, and the commercial rate will be agreed as necessary. Okay, so I'm moving that. Well, I was seeking a mover for all the things, but we can add in K. So
K in the original motion.
Tell you what.
So we could treat this as an amendment, or we could get the original mover and seconders to accept this as an addition.
I think it might be cleaner to do an amendment actually. So
I'll move it as an amendment.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, it can't be. No one's moved it, so it can't. Oh no, sorry, Councillor Sol and Councillor Dinsdale. It's been a long day. Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Sol and Councillor Dinsdale. Councillor Joyce, you'd like to move an amendment that for K as on the screen there. Is there a seconder?
I had two competing ones.
Councillor Cox Head. Okay, would you like to speak to that?
Look, we're talking, 30 to 50% increases in the ground rentals, yet the total take for the council is about 6K. So, what we have now is a mechanism to increase it over time. And I'm not averse to that if our costs go up. But for the sake of 6K, the extra imposition on the clubs who do good work, clubs are already struggling. The juice is not worth the squeeze. And while, to be fair, I saw it from the previous CEO. So yeah, to me, it's just a case of, look, here's a little something we can do for clubs that are struggling. It's not going to cost us more than nickel and dime. And frankly, we've probably spent more time discussing this than we're actually, I don't know what the cost per hour is of our meetings, but it must be getting up towards $6,000 already.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Look, it's not a strong one either way on this for me, but I would say these rates have been frozen for 9 years, I believe it is. So the question is, if we don't raise it now, when are we going to do it? As you say, it's $6,000. It's not a lot for us. By definition, that means it's not a lot for them. It's $6,000 divided by 20 clubs or something like that. It's quite a few. So there's not actually a lot in it. But if we don't do it now, then when are we? And I think we do need to push on that. Where there was almost no pushback on this from the clubs. The clubs were all contacted directly. I think was it 4 replied, and I think the bowling club or croquet club was potentially a little bit misunderstanding as well. So I don't see this as something to I don't support this. So yeah, that's me. Councillor Cox first, and then Councillor Daly.
I'll just go back to my earlier comments about this. $6,000 in the scheme of things for councillors, nothing. And these clubs do provide an outlet for people who may not have other outlets. That they provide a great community service. And, for example, I mean, I'm a chair of several other committees outside of here, and we have people that can't come to meetings now because of the cost of fuel. And so we forget that people on set incomes don't have the same flexibility of those perhaps in the workforce currently. So yeah, for me, it would be a real shame to make it harder for these people to actually be able to afford these activities as well.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. Councillor Daly next.
I don't really have any trouble with implementing this. I assume it would be, I mean, not the amendment, but the overall policy. I think this would take effect on the 1st of July, presumably, if we don't do this.
They
amendment.
come in after the leases are renewed. So
Oh, right,
actually,
yeah.
a lot of these don't come in for some years already.
Yeah. So yeah, I really can't support the amendment because these are peppercorn rentals. There's competition for some of these buildings if they're a council building on council land. We know that we've had competitive tender processes to get into these places, some of them. So this is really, in the scheme of things, a peppercorn rental, and why not just give it to them for free if that's the if you think they're so deserving.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Elvin.
I've already announced that I'm a member of the Te Puna Rugby Sports and Recreation Club. And not for one moment do I support Councillor Joyce's amendment. And I don't think anybody in our club had any objection to the rise of these charges. They are modest. The club regards it gets very, very good service from Western Bay for what they've done and is incredibly appreciative of it. It is not significant. And we're not a wealthy club. We're not like those guys out at Te Puke who can afford their own ground and do all that sort of stuff. We're relatively poor. And, you know, yes, they do good work, but I've just suffered an increase in my dog user charges on the basis that I do good work by supporting the pound for a dog that never goes there. So I'm paying that. I don't see why every club should not contribute to the position as a community we are facing. And yes, all the clubs do good work. I think everybody does good work, even the veterans, scouts, and whatever else who get away with paying nothing. So I'm very much against this at a principle level and a practical level.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. It does come to the point of user pays versus rates, but anyway, I've said my piece. But any other speakers on for the amendment? This is no. Okay, so I'll put the amendment. It's been moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Coxhead. This is for the amendment. So this is for basically the fees being frozen. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now raise your hands. If to freeze the fees. No, as you can't. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is Margaret online? No. Okay, she's not. Oh goodness. Yeah, look, this is such a modest change, and I'm conscious of the rates versus user fees. We do need to move towards user fees, and this is such a modest change towards that. I will use my casting vote, but appreciate the views that have been expressed today. So I declare that carried, which now becomes the substantive motion. And I meant, sorry.
Because you're changing your substantive to your deliberative. Deliberative to casting.
I would declare it lost.
James, you don't need to use your casting vote.
Let's not go there, but yes. So it's correct. Okay, so my apologies. The original motion then therefore stands. That has been moved by Councillor Saul and Councillor Dinsdale, which is listed as in the agenda. Are there any further speakers on this? Councillor Ray, please do.
So I'm just looking at the recommendations here, and to increase the pay tax. So is that included here and that's necessary to be in here, or did we resolve that separately? Like, because I can't support this at all if that stays in there. Do you know what I'm saying?
I did notice that actually. I'd seek clarity on, has that one already been resolved?
I think this is about updating the schedule of fees and charges, so that should be amended to the same dollar amount as you resolved earlier.
And the second question was, does this include the increase in fees and charges for dogs?
No. That's a separate item.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just would then vote against because I don't support I.
Perhaps the question is, shall we just omit I if the mover and seconder, does that work, or is that, do we need to have that in there?
I think it would be cleaner to leave it in there and amend the dollar amount to be the same as you resolved before.
Yeah, that's where it resolved. So it is what it is, basically.
Okay, I'll be voting no.
Okay, so it's been moved by councillor Sol, seconded by councillor Dinsdale. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. You record yours, okay. Okay, we then move on to the dog control and health registration fees. We're on page 1295. Alison, there you go.
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon. Let's hope it's a good afternoon. In front of me, I've got the my paper for the deliberations and adoptions of the dog control and health fees, which was discussed last week. And ideally, all we need to do today is make a decision whether we're going to adopt them or not. We have to adopt them early from a legislative point of view, the health fees and the dog fees above and beyond the normal fee schedule. And if I remember rightly, last week it was an increase for 10%.
That was what we discussed in the workshop, but yeah, thank you. So there are 5 recommendations there, but first I'll see if there's any questions. Did anyone have a question for Dougal or Alison on this one? Reasonably straightforward. Councillor Daly.
We had a bit of a discussion about this in the workshop, obviously, and there was a note to the effect that we felt that this was a sort of like an upper level of dog registration fees, and that we didn't anticipate future increases at this level. Did you want to comment on that, Alison?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we reflected that it is point 26 in the paper, which basically says it is anticipated that future years' fee increases will not be required at the same level of increase, and where possible will be more closely aligned with inflation. So that reflected your comments at the time, and still leaves opportunity for them to be increased as inflation based rather than as they are currently, which is the 10% that was based on previous settings from this council.
But basically, we do acknowledge that, it is getting to the point where it is excessive for dog owners to register, but, to try and recover the full cost of this activity is sort of unrealistic.
We've had a 10% increase over the last few years since the decision was made. Costs keep going up each year. We're in a very strange economic time, but the reality is we accept it can't continue. I think that's been fair, and we'll try our hardest to keep costs down, but they will increase with inflation and the rest.
Okay. So if there's no further questions, there are 5 recommendations there, and I'll seek a mover and seconder for those, please. Councillor Joyce, and seconder, Councillor Sol. you like to speak?
Doing a little bit of Dr. Google while we've been doing the preamble. The equivalent fee in Tauranga, and I think this is the current year, not the following year, is already at 129. Rotorua is about 114. So we're not out of the ballpark with our basic fee compared to our peers. The hard part with this, and I speak as a dog owner, so this is detrimental to myself. It's either rates or as dog owners, and that's really the only two options. I would like to see that we put more on the delinquent dog owners that cost us the most money, and maybe we need to look at how we allocate those costs in future. If your dog gets picked up and the cost should be punitive, perhaps a bit more than it is, but we still have the problem that if we don't increase the dog fees to dog owners, then we have to put it back on the ratepayers. We have to do this. There's a lot of change coming in this year. There's a lot of change coming in all areas of council, but with the recent events around the country, including one very tragic event in our own community, there's pressure on to simplify the dog rules, and that may help in some regard, at least make it easier to sort out problems. But in the meantime, we've still got to cover the cost of this. So I say we're actually still below Tauranga, and we're only slightly above Rotorua. So we are in line with other similar councils.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'm going to say that this is I do acknowledge it's a significant increase and acknowledge the submitters who came in. But it is important to make this more about a system that's paid by dog owners than general rates. And I know that I acknowledge the request to make it more targeted at bad dogs and bad owners, if I can put it that way. But those fees could never be increased enough to make a serious reduction in the dog registration trees, and trying to do so would have unintended consequences. So I support this, but I do echo point 26, which is that I don't anticipate significant increases, at least in the next few years. Councillor Alvin.
Look, I'm prepared to support this, but make it clear that this is not a user pays process. This is double dipping on good dog owners who not only have to pay this fee, which people are suggesting should increase, but they also pay a significant increased rates from a public benefit point of view. Now, being as community minded as I am, I'm quite happy to pay a bit more. So any of those wandering dogs at Te Puna, when they get picked up, can go and stay a few days at the Doggy Hilton. We provide outstanding services. And, I'm reminded the words of Hotel California, and some great lyrics in there about going to a place that's wonderful. We need to be reviewing the quality of the service we provide. I know the statutory obligations. We need to take some steps to actually make sure we are not providing a hotel accommodation for bad dogs. But there is that sort of political optics about every dog owner is a bad dog owner, so therefore they should pay more, when the reality of it's a very low percentage. So no more, he said, and so did my dog. My dog barked at me when I suggested he was going to have to eat less food this year because of the higher fees.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? Otherwise, I'm going to put the motion. Okay, so I'm going to put the motion. Recommendations 1 to 5, moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Sol. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Does that get recorded? Thank you. Declare that carried. I'm going to move.
That go up on the website as fast as possible, because I'm getting people confused by the fact the old fees are there, and I realise you can't put up the new fees on the website until today, but can we get up as soon as possible, because people are getting very confused.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Thank you for that.
I'm going to move that we move up the item adoption of the draft recovery plan for severe weather events, because Joe Linsky needs to fly off, literally. So item 10.10 on page 1337, I'm going to move that that's the next item. Could I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Beach, all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So page 1337, please.
Councillors, what you have in front of you is the recovery plan. Like we've presented to you at workshop, we have taken on board the feedback that you provided us with the draft plan that we presented to you at workshop. What you'll see in the attachments is a summary of the comms and engagement plan, as per Councillor Joyce's request on how we're commsing this information out. And a reminder that the recovery plan is intended to be a living document that will be presented to you as we progress through the recovery, with certain parts of it coming through to off in terms of litigation risk, and the progression of infrastructure projects being presented to you through PNM. Joe and Kerry are here and happy to take any questions.
Okay, so we've had a chance to look through this. So any questions? Otherwise, we'll look to move those recommendations. Any questions? Yep. All right. So may I have a move and seconder for those 5 recommendations then, please? Councillor Elvin, Councillor Beach. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Ray? Oh, okay. Okay, it's Councillor.
Councillor Beach.
Okay, Councillor Ray, Councillor Beach. Any debate? No. Oh, do you want to speak to it? Please do.
I'd just like to thank our staff for presenting this. I really admire the work you guys did during the recovery, and now that we've got a solid plan together, I'm very happy that we're moving forward. So thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
I just want to reiterate why I was pushing so hard for a communications plan. I think the community needs to understand that this was actually quite a major event with major costs in the tens of millions of dollars. Because sometimes when we say we can't do something else because of this, and we haven't told them what the this is, then that's a really hard sell. So we do need to get out there and explain to people this was actually a really big problem. You know, there's still people that can't move home even today. I don't know what the number is of today. It was 9 the other day, wasn't it? Was it still 9? So there are 9 families that can't go home. You know, we've got roads that may never reopen. We've got parks that may never be able to be restored back to what they were. This is actually a big deal, and I think people need to understand that. And when they say, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Actually, this is a really, really important thing to fix, particularly when you've got people who can't even go home.
Okay, thank you. We don't all have to speak to it, but Councillor Daly, go on.
Well, I just really want to, we've given this a bit of a light touch. It's the end of a long day, but just for those,
the end, Councillor Daly.
just for those watching at home, page 1375 of this council agenda will show you the cost implications of those storms that we've suffered this year. So we haven't mentioned the numbers, but they're pretty big numbers, and they do, as Rodney said, do impact our ability to deliver business as usual.
Thank you. Good points. So I think with that, I'm going to put the motions being moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Beach. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Safe travels, Joe. So we move back to page 1315, which is item 10.8 and the appointment of Tangata Whenua reps to the Waters Joint Committee. Uh, 1315. Okay, Adele, if there's anything you want to add to the report.
Through the mayor, so just to confirm that as part of the arrangements now that we've agreed to progress the water organisation with Tauranga City Council, we're establishing a joint committee. Its first meeting will be held on the 19th of June. Council have agreed and approved its members to date and its alternates, and this is just to confirm the appointments of the Tangata Whenua members being Hakopa Tapiata, the Honourable Kiritepu Allen and Kairi Smallman, and I'll leave it for council to consider.
Okay, so this just puts into effect what we resolved previously, and those 3 members plus the 3 alternate members who are all familiar with each of you. So I'm happy to move recommendations 1 to 4. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Elvin. Any wish to comment or debate? Councillor Daly.
Just a question, really. I mean, we questioned the need for 3 alternates from the 2 councils when we passed that not so long ago. So I just like maybe a comment about why we do need 3 alternates for this joint committee for each of the 3 members, and what implications that has.
I mean, this is about the members, not relitigating the numbers. But maybe Adele, perhaps just.
Through the mayor, I mean, the recommendation was to provide alternates in particularly the case of Atangi, and to make sure that we had the quorum available for one of the joint committee meetings, given that there's a large program of work over the next 6 months. The quorum is 2 per group, which includes 2 Tangata Whenua members. And so the recommendation was to provide alternates and it could be available to attend a meeting at any point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coxhead.
I agree with Councillor Daly. We did talk about this, and because if you're an alternate, you really need to go to all the meetings to be able to slip into the meeting should you need to, as a primary. So, and I think 3 is too many as well. I mean, I take your point, but I think most of us would be here most of the time, wouldn't we? Like if we were a primary. Yeah.
In response to the question, yes, we agreed that there would probably be a first primary person, and it would be taken in order.
Yeah, I just don't think we need 9 people plus, no, it's 9, isn't it? Yeah, 3, no, 6, 18. I just don't think we need 18 people at these meetings because you would need to go.
No, generally, alternates do not go if the primaries are there.
Well, how do you keep up with what's going on?
You read the agenda in the minutes.
Pardon?
You read the agenda in the minutes.
No, that's not the same as being there.
It's not, but
Absolutely not.
Look, my experience, that keeps you up to date enough. Councillor Joyce.
Sorry, will these, I mean, as an alternate who could be condemned to go or not go, depending on how you look at it, will these meetings be live streamed?
Through the mayor, yes, they will be there public.
So as an alternate, you can sit at home and you can watch. So I think that's fine. But it also stops you speaking, which is also probably a good thing in my case.
Okay, right. Okay, Councillor Alvin.
Look, I don't want to spend any time discussing alternatives in terms of this Tangata Whenua appointment process. They are just simply following on from the bad behaviour we demonstrated. So I think if we go back to the beginning and alter the rules and say there is only to be one alternative and then an alternative, we might be able to reconsider it. But I think they're only echoing what we've done. And I know, but it's, I think we need to revisit at the principal level, not at this level.
Councillor, so this item is about confirming the appointments, not relitigating the numbers. I appreciate the views that have been expressed and was done so previously as well. So I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Elvin. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So we move on to item 10.9 on page 1317. And this is the Community Board role and delegations.
The purpose of this report is just to receive the governance managers report and to adopt the updated community board terms of reference and contained in attachment 1 and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Annika or Rebecca? No. Do I have a mover and seconder for these? Councillor Sol, Councillor Dinsdale. Anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Sol.
Yeah, just thank you, sir. I think it's going along the right direction for community boards and council and for our communities in general. I won't comment that it's perfect, but I certainly think it's very good and well done.
Great, thank you. Councillor Daly.
I just like, if I could, a quick question of clarification. I wanted to be clear in this public forum that there is absolutely nothing in these delegations or terms of reference that prohibit a community board from carrying out their own public consultation if they so choose to do so.
So that you're, I think, referring to an item in the accord, which yes, of course they can do it. It's just seeking a bit of alignment and working with staff rather than against staff would be a good way of putting it.
I'm just responding to a feeling within some community boards that they felt they were being hampered or prohibited from doing their own thing. But yeah, no, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, any other questions? No, so in which case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. So we jump ahead to the item 10.11 on page 1388. And that is the school speed management plan, One School Global. Now, one quick question I have for this is it doesn't say anywhere where the school is. It's not one I'm familiar with. So perhaps you just clarify that for us and then we can look to move on.
It's on Oropia Road. Originally, when we got an email from the school, we thought it might be in TCC's district. But after looking at the aerials, it is in our district. Yeah.
And there's comfort that the signage that's proposed can be fitted in appropriate places and so on. Okay, great. Okay, so there's three recommendations there, and this is any other questions, but three recommendations. So basically adding it to the list of schools we'll add signage to. So Councillor Beach, are you moving or you've got a question?
Sure. Just clarification around the signage. Is it a digital signage or is it a static signage?
It'll be static signage.
Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to move these, please? These recommendations, please? Councillor Elvin, I'm happy to second that. I assume no one's going to speak. So do you want to speak to it, Councillor? No. Okay. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Helen. We're now on page 1393, and this is an easement over Hayward Park in Te Puke. Over to you, Wendy.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. I'll take the report as read. This is quite simple. It has two factors in it. The first one being that Hayward Park is being used as a recreation reserve. It was vested in council via subdivision, which does not actually classify it as a recreation reserve. And we have a requirement to classify it now as a recreation reserve under the Reserves Act to comply with DOC's requirements. So it needs a resolution. The second one is about the placement of a wastewater pipe through Hayward Park Reserve. I think if it may, could I have the actual attachment up because it makes it very clear what's going on. So we're trying to replace the existing wastewater line, which currently runs through 10 private properties in order not to disrupt them. We are looking at putting it through Hayward Park Reserve by means of thrusting. So there's going to be no effect in respect of the actual surface of the park. There will be no disruption in respect of use of the park, and we are timing it so it doesn't in any way interfere with the use of that particular piece of land. It's going to be an easement granted under the Reserves Act between utilities and reserves to ensure that when the water's done well, assets get transferred, this easement is particularly secured. No
Quick question from me. Can you explain why the land was not classified as recreation reserve previously?
So when we get land through a subdivision process to vest as recreation reserve, it still needs to be classified as a recreation reserve under the Reserves Act. It's a requirement under the Reserves Act and by DOC. So we have to pass a formal resolution classifying it as a recreation reserve under the Reserves Act 1977.
So the question is, why wasn't that done 30 years ago? I don't know.
Oh, no plan yet?
Okay, fair enough.
Oh.
Yes.
So
Okay,
if you,
so the other questions, Councillor Daly.
Look, I just, in light of submission from Te Puke Sports, and it's interesting that you said that this is land acquired through subdivision. Was this land acquired through the subdivision of the Te Puke Sports grounds to create housing and develop their rugby fields? And does this reclassification prohibit future use of parts of that reserve for a car park?
no, not at all, Councillor, through you, Worship, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elvin and then Councillor Joyce.
Must save us a few bob and legal fees, wouldn't it? Wouldn't we have to pay for every owner to consent to that easement as we went along there? Surely if we're putting a new line through all of those individual properties. that
So
must-
through you, your worship, Councillor Elvin, we've got a statutory easement
So we could just
over those
mandate it.
properties, so it's not registered against their titles. It gives us a right under the Local
Okay,
Government
so
Act to enter, re-enter, instead of causing this disruption, to replace the pipe. That's why we're going to
So
divert it
it's-
through the reserve.
Yeah. So it's an old one.
Yes.
Yeah,
it
okay.
needs
It's an
replacement.
old one, not a new one.
Yeah, so it'll
Thanks
be
for that.
redundant.
Yep.
But 10 properties is just not worth doing that to people when you've got an easy option to thrust it through the reserve next door.
Councillor Joyce.
This is a little bit off the subject, but not completely. We've got a big process to go through in the next year with potentially hundreds or thousands, I don't know, of easements to generate for the new water company. We can't do them one by one. So what's the plan to manage that process and the workload? Because there's a hell of a lot of work in getting easements across council land for the new CCO, because there'll be a lot of them.
That's a great question for another day. I think it's just off. It's just off topic. Great to raise it, but I don't want to start on that.
No, I'm
question.
just happy to take an email if that's easier, but it is a lot of work.
Okay, Councillor Daly had another one, and then
Yes.
Councillor Sol.
I would like an answer to the first question, because obviously the car park at the bottom is for the benefit of Te Puke Sports, and it would be interesting to know if that whole reserve was vested as a result of their subdivision for their sporting facility, rather than the neighbouring subdivision of Grey Avenue.
I think you already answered that question. right?
No, no, the question was the reserve vested by Te Puke Sports or the people that developed Te Puke Sports rather than the neighbouring subdivision, which
Through
it could have
you,
been
your
vested
worship,
from?
council, no, it's vested through a subdivision, through a residential subdivision, not through any council-related subdivision.
Yeah, yes, I understand. I'm just wondering which subdivision. Was it the Te Puke Sports subdivision or was it the Grey
Through you,
Avenue
worship, you
subdivision?
may have me there, councillor. I would have to check that out.
I don't need an answer right now. I just would like to know the answer.
Okay, sorry for another day. Councillor Sol.
Yeah, actually, just didn't occur to me till just a little while ago. So the existing line through the properties obviously still continues to be used. This is just purely a bypass for other work further up the line. Is that the case?
Through you, worship, no, councillor, it will be discontinued.
So
Be
there will be quite a
redundant.
bit of upset for these people to hook into the new line.
No, it runs right up against their back of their properties. It's a main line. It doesn't connect to them.
Okay, so that the one in there will still stay there. Okay.
Yes.
And be operating.
Yes.
That's what I'm just getting at.
I don't think it'll be
it
operating.
It won't be operating. It becomes redundant. That is not their connection.
So their properties are not connected to that mains. That
No.
mains is separate to their property, and instead of digging through to put a new mains in, we're just running a new mains.
Yeah.
Okay. There are recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5, assuming we want to grant the easement. May I seek a mover and seconder for 1, 2, 3, and 5? Councillor Daly, Councillor Elvin. I see no one wants to speak, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Wendy. Now, the bigger item for the day, at least in page numbers, we are on item number 10.13, receipt of public engagement for spatial plans, LTP and community quest from pages 1399 to 4965. I will take the report as read and we will
Good afternoon. It's responsible for a bulk of the agenda today. Look, there may be a typo in there somewhere, but a considerable amount of work has gone into those reports, and happy to have them taken as read and speak to this item.
Okay, thank you. So look, there's a lot of reports there, a lot of feedback. We are literally receiving them. The time to debate will be another time. So I don't want to get into what Mrs. Jones says and what Mr. Blogg says, because that'll be here forever. So Councillor Soul, did you have anything? Moved it. Okay. Councillor Ray, do you want to second that?
I did have a
Question?
minor question.
Okay, go for
Yeah,
it.
so it's not really related to receiving the report as such, but maybe it's a question for the comms team. I did ask not long after the Te Puke spatial planning exercise happened, whether or not we were going to see the lovely video that we saw from all the other areas when it went on to our Facebook page. And I do remember, Luke, you saying that it would come, but it never came. So I'm just asking, do we expect to see that in that form, or did Te Puke miss out there?
Yes, through the mayor. So you, Councillor Ray, you mean the photos, not the video, is that correct? Yeah. So obviously other priorities have taken over and we're trying to balance all, but it's finding the right time. And I think now is probably the right time, having you councillors receiving the information and all the feedback to then we've been working in the background to, I guess, pull together a bit of a package to roll it out to the community through, I guess, sharing the statistics and video and photographs as well, because they are really useful. They do celebrate the diversity and age range that attend to these events, and that's kind of what we are, we hope to achieve. And we have given that mention, the substantial amount of pages that are in the agenda based on this one, which is great to see. So we see it as a success, but yes, we will look to be able to share those photos and celebrate that.
Thank you for that, because it really does highlight the fact of, what happened on the ground on the day. And I really love the other ones that you did around the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Would you like to second that? Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Soul, seconded by Councillor Ray. I think I'll just say thank you for all the work that's gone into this, both holding the events and also collating it and even uploading it seems to have taken most of the day. So thank you for the hard work, and we'll look through the results and look forward to translating it to real world actions in due course. So unless there's any further speakers, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we skim forward to page 4966. As far as I know it is, but yep.
Surely.
And it's my report. So any questions you have on that? Okay, any questions? No? So in which case, I'm happy to move my report if there's a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Daly, have you got a question?
I'm just checking the time frame, but does this include your meeting with the chairman of the Bay Plenty Regional Council to discuss the Head Start pathway?
I think you might be referring to the Mayoral Forum, and If the- Yeah, I don't think it does actually.
No. Yeah, so look, there's nothing confidential about the Head Start pathway now, is it? We're out for public engagement, so.
I'm not going to discuss what other mayors may or may not have said in public.
But I understand the Regional Council commissioned a report to inform their own.
I can
response.
share that afterwards. I don't think that's for necessarily for public. It's initial thoughts. So I'm happy to share it with councillors. I'll take from there.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, they may well publicise it themselves later, but it's not for me to share that. Alrighty, so I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Dinsdale. I want to speak. So like, it's been actually pretty good situation for us with the regional deal. A lot of change in the air as well. So with that, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. There's no information for a seat, but noting that as the confidential agenda only contains minutes for confirmation, we don't have to move to confidential unless you want to ask questions and so on.
Already confirmed them.
Okay, so we'll move to confidential.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so councillor Sol moves, councillor Dinsdale seconds that we move into confidential. All in favour, say aye. Against, carried.